Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect a gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
That's my man, 16thelife.com. And you can go to his page and get his gear. You can go to his page and get some, you can get a lot of different stuff from his page, man. But what you can get from his page is honest assessment of himself. He's a good dude, man. You know what I mean? He pretty much tells it like it is. And, plus he's got some good interviews over there, man. He spent 24 years in California penal system. But he's got a lot of interviews with a lot of guys that came out of prison, changed their life, turned their lives around. Very inspirational, brother. Go check him out, 16thelife.com. All right. Good morning, Sister Reza. Good morning. Glad to have you in the building. I'm going to bring up the other dinosaur. Mr. Dinosaur, are you with us this morning? Mr. Dinosaur, are you there? He must not be there with us this morning. Let me see. How are y'all doing this morning? How are y'all doing this morning? We're out here trying to do good work here, man. We try to do good work.
The Lord's work. The Lord's work.
We try to do the Lord's work out here.
Leave that if you want to.
if you want to get some information, we try to get it. We try to have it for you, man. What's going on, Mr. Rico?
It's going, sir. It's going. Oh shit! Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo.
So I'll be out there getting my black Mexican on in a little bit.
Cinco de Mayo. I forgot about that.
Happy Cinco de Mayo to those of us for our brethren down south. So happy Cinco de Mayo.
Great day. Man. Song of the day, man. War had a song called Cinco de Mayo. Nice. Let me see if I can find it real quick, Rico. Cinco de Mayo. What is this? What is this? So what are we gonna be talking about today, Rico?
It's on the thumbnail.
De Mayo. War.
Hang on one minute. I got to take a call from the boss.
Okay. All right. Let me play y'all this song. Let me play y'all this song real quick, man. Let's see. Here we go.
Because we're finding more than ever, half the features offered on many platforms are never used.
Good song. Cinco de Mayo. I ain't gonna play the whole song, man. But y'all get the idea, man. Cinco de Mayo. Okay, so let's get into it. Shout out to Marcus. Marcus, it's Cinco de Mayo, bro. It's Cinco de Mayo. Wonder what the topic is. Oh man, yeah. The topic is black on black digital business crime and the epidemic in our community. So Rico sent me this. So Rico wants to talk about this. Let's see what Rico wants to talk about. But he's on the phone with the boss right now. Good morning, brother Marcus. How you doing, man? You know what? Things been holding me back, man. What I'm gonna do is I promise I'm gonna email you today. I was supposed to email Air Jordan yesterday. I'm gonna email you today, brother, because I'm having issues trying to make moderators. I can't even make Rico a moderator. And Rico's like, give me a wrench. I'll kick everybody out. Okay. I was like, okay. Especially after yesterday, man. And there's somebody I need to apologize to. I apologize to this person, man, because I got caught up in some busterism. And so, I made a buster move. And so I had to apologize. That person know who I'm talking to. And so, but that's where I'm going to leave it at right there, man. But I apologize to this person, man, because I did a serious buster move. But it's all love. They forgave me, but it's still it was a buster move. Anyway, how y'all doing today on this beautiful Cinco de Mayo? Let me ask you something. Don't drink and drive. You're right, Marcus. Don't drink and drive. We don't advocate drinking and driving. One thing about Rico, where he don't drink and drive. He'll drink and sit, but he don't drink and drive. So we don't advocate drinking and driving around here. That's a good thing to put out there, Marcus.
What's up, Marcus, my Mexican brother? Happy Cinco de Mayo. Let's get litty today. I already started. Like I say, you can't drink all day unless you start in the morning.
Yeah, I told him, Rico, I said, Rico don't drink and drive. Rico drinks and sits and talks.
I'll be driving that bar this afternoon. I bet you that.
Mr. Young, we can't do no more.
I drink an Uber.
Oh yeah, my son does that too, so I got to give you guys credit for that. All right, brother.
Oh, so let's. Did you go over some of the new business, some of the administrative business that
brother, I'm gonna let you handle it. I'm gonna let you do it.
Right. So, well, anybody that's not here in the chat with us now, hopefully they will see and hear this on the replay. But me and Brother Clarence, we have been talking about it for a while, and along with the great advice we got in last night's stream from some of the members of the community, we're just forewarning everybody that going forward, we are, we don't believe in censorship or stifling anybody's voices, but we will do a better job of policing the chat and the panels so that, we really don't think we've allowed things to get too out of hand, like the way I've seen some places, but it's gotten more out of hand than what we think it should be. And we do this, we think we're doing this, we're trying to do this for the benefit of you guys, that you guys don't want to come over here and see people bicker and argue and fight ridiculously all the time, because it'll get old and you just get tired of it. So going forward, if we see you in the chat or we see you on the panel, just, bickering, arguing, and we're not talking about disagreement. We can have disagreements, but bickering, arguing, and fighting incessantly, nonstop, we're going to block you. We may time you out the first time, and then we're going to block you the next time. And you just got to hope we figure out how to unblock you later, because we just don't want that done here. So what we would like is, you can have strong disagreements with people, but if you don't think you're able to control yourself here during our time, because we ain't getting paid for this shit,
right, then
we're going to ask you to respectfully remove yourself. And if you can't do it, we will remove you. So again, and this is for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. Lottie Dottie, everybody. Yeah. Except me and Clarence, of course. You can't get the host off, but we'll curry no favor if we see you. Clarence might give you a first warning. I may not. Wait, when I get a wrench, oh Lord. When he give me a wrench, I'll be tearing your ass up. Like I told Clarence, it's going to be called a block party. We're going to have a block party. block. So again, we definitely
Sister Rita said she'd be good, man. So you won't be trying.
No, we definitely want to encourage healthy spirited debate. Don't bend. We don't look for no knee bending here, and to sit there and push back and call us crazy too, because we certainly are. But we just want the conversation to be able to continue, because we don't want to be stuck in a place for an hour on one little dumbass subject or one little dumb point, because two people are going back and forth having a Peter measuring contest. Yeah. And you got people in the chat that just like, I'm done, I gotta leave, Right. So and that's part of what we're going to tap into in a little bit more about the topic, things for the community that we need to, I think we should start to think about. And that's just one place in particular that we said effective today. We will definitely start utilizing the mute button. So when we tell people, okay, be quiet, let somebody else talk. If you more than once interject, you're going to get muted. So you can sit there. If you don't think you can handle these controls, this may not be the place for you.
Right.
That's all, because we're just trying to make sure everybody's treated respectfully.
Shout out to Brother Daniel. Yeah. Shout out.
And Clarence, when I get to running my mouth too much, he'll mute me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I told him, I was like, I can't pout about it. Like, I know I talk too much. So, just, gotta deal with it. So it's not with any ill intention. It's the fact that we gotta control the platform and keep the conversation moving, because that's what people are here for. So that's the only thing right now that we're looking to do anything differently about it. Even though I've been warned that I don't make the platform bad. I've been warned. Rico, I ain't taking no heed to that shit.
Rico, you're bringing the platform down, Rico.
I know. So I won't be taking no heed to that.
Teresa, it's hard. You know what? A lot of things they want the person to have a page. They want the person to have their own page first. So Rico, you might have to you and Marcus might have to make a page, just a dummy page, so that I can click on it, so that I can get you a wrench.
Oh, okay.
You might have to just make a page, so that I can get you a wrench.
I've
been trying to do it without doing that. I've been trying to find any kind of way around it to do it, and I can't find it.
So. Okay, then you're gonna have to tell me how to make a page, because I never had no intention on making one, so I have no idea.
Okay.
As to even how to do it, but I'll make a dummy page. There's plenty of dummy pages out there anyway.
Right.
So, but that's cool. Yeah. So that, that's just that one thing that we're trying to do moving forward. And if you guys have any other ideas of how we can make your time and experience here better, then we'll do that.
Not gonna give you a wrench. No, I'm just kidding,
man. We'll do that. If we can make it better, we will make it. We will try to, if it's, and we're open to any ideas and suggestions that you guys may come up with to help make the streams better, more informative, more entertaining. So, just that. So that's that one feedback. And we also said that
I'm just kidding, True.
And I've never desired to want a wrench, and I don't think I've ever got a wrench before. But unfortunately, Clarence don't boot people out fast enough for me. So that's the only reason why I asked for a wrench. If he would boot them out as fast as I want him to, I don't need no wrench. But I'd be like, Clarence, boot him. I'm going to give him another chance. Hell no, boot him. I'm going to give him another chance. No, boot him. I'm like, give me a damn wrench. I'll do it myself. You just too, so that's the only reason. But we even Clarence is being pushed to, hey, I got to mute you. I got to boot you. I got to time you out. We're going to use these tools, and that's what they're for. Again, not to stifle or censor, but to let the conversation continue to move, and just not having people here. It seems like, unfortunately, we've been comforting enough that it's like people come over here just to get in our chat to fight. I'm like, that ain't the fucking gauntlet. That's not the gladiator cage. I'm like, they ain't even said hi to me or Clarence. They come straight to the chat and start fighting. I'm like, oh, hell no. Just boot them out. But that's discomforting. And we don't go to anybody's chat and do that.
No.
So you see me, I'm not going to go to somebody's chat and just start fighting for no reason.
Shout out to Brother Sim. Shout out to Brother True.
But people do. So it is what it is. And with that, we just want to do a brief recap. I'll give my quick few minutes on last night's stream, which was unplanned. Don't think you're going to see my ass on many more of those late night streams, because I won't be. This time works better for me. I mean, sometimes I can occasionally, maybe on the weekend or whatever, but Clarence got in his feels and decided he wanted to do a 4-hour stream last night. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. And so when he decided to do it, the good thing about it is and you know what? And I'm kind of glad he did, because I think at least it gave us an opportunity to get some things out in the air that we ain't discussing no damn more ever. So that's, if y'all want to hear any more about that, y'all gonna have to go get it from somewhere else. We're not reading that news. We're not promoting that news. We ain't doing any of that. Yeah. But it was kind of good that we, it was important to Clarence and even myself to state our positions on all kinds of things. And I hope if I ain't said it, I'll say it one more time. I'm going to go where I want. I'm going to be with whomever I want. And I'm going to say whatever I want. And I would expect everybody else to do the same thing. You know, I don't compromise one person for the action of another. Could I? Yes. But I just don't look at things that way. If you're the type of person that you believe people are the company that they keep, that's fine.
Shout out, Brother New Growth. Shout out.
Yeah. That's not a bad, yeah. Shout out, Brother New Growth. That's not a bad thing. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you are the company you keep. I don't believe that's all the time. And then me and Brother Clarence did, because shout out to Sister Queen Hanifa Nyla, because she really she brought home a point that I think me and Bro Clarence want most people to understand, because in particular, and I even watched the replay this morning, because she brought out, like, I think maybe even sometimes she viewed us this way, and obviously other people do. Somehow or another, they're conflating mentorship with enablement, and they are completely different things.
Yeah.
And I would challenge everybody. This is all it took me, and I'll do it again. I just went to a Google window and I typed enablement. Anybody can do it behind me to make sure I'm not making this up. And the definition comes up.
I said what I said.
And the definition of enablement is the action of giving someone the authority or the means to do something. And we have never done that for anybody. No. I do not have the authority to give Sister Risa, Brother True, Brother New Glow, anything they do, they don't do with my authority, because I don't even have the authority to do it. And I'm certainly not going to give them the means to do that. So if they do something foul, I'm not enabling them, because I didn't give them the authority or the means to do it. Other words for enablement is things like, easing, assistance, simplification, enabling, expedition, facilitation, acceleration. So for all this stuff that's been going on out here, we ain't did none of that.
No.
As a matter of fact, we did everything to the opposite of that. But yet we're getting this enabler jacket. I'm like, y'all need to look up the word as to what it means. And you're going to have to explain to me how that's enabling someone. See, we got to stop I'm sorry. Let me step on my people for a minute. We got to stop using these Negro definitions. That shit ain't even in the Urban Dictionary. Okay. That's what we were doing. But that's what people want to say. Then I said, let me look at it real simple. Again, and I ain't giving nobody no homework, but this is how easy it is. Just type in the Google. The Google knows everything. I go to mentor definition. First thing, an experienced and trusted advisor. That's what a mentor is. That's what we tried to be, and we continue to try to be throughout all of this. So being a mentor to a flawed individual does not make you an enabler. It doesn't. Further to that, it stipulates, right, what it means to be a mentor. A mentor is a personal friend who guides a less experienced person by building trust and modeling positive behaviors. I shouldn't have to say this stuff. I shouldn't. But the fact that we had to discuss it last night, I'm just saying it again because I think some people don't understand the difference between what the two things are. That's what a mentor is. There are 7 roles of being a mentor: to be a teacher, a sponsor, an advisor, an agent, role model, coach, and confidant. That's what a mentor is, okay? And the 3 A's of mentorship: be available, be analytical, and be an active listener. That's what me and Bro Clarence has been throughout all of this. And we've been called everything, but the very things that we did, nobody sees any of that.
Yeah.
But the very thing that we don't do, we're not facilitating, we're not assisting, we're not giving authority, we're not allowing, we're not encouraging any of the bad. We get that charge. But the things over here that we doing, we don't get none of the fucking credit for that. You can't win.
Yeah, you can't win.
But I just want to take a moment because hopefully on the replay, people are like, oh, I didn't. Okay, go to the Google machine and just type in enablement definition, mentor definition. We all got the Google. We all got it. Now, somehow, some way, somebody's still going to twist our actions so that a thing that ain't a thing becomes a thing. I know they are. I know they are. Somebody's going to do it anyway. Yeah. But these are the facts in black and white, and my people, we just got to accept it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Clarence, you can do your recap of last night.
Okay. So, I saw that, you know, it's still out there. You know, people are trying to give us the jacket of, you know, we're promoting different behaviors. Now, mind you, they're talking about grown people. They're talking about grown people, but they're saying that me and Rico, some kind of way, are, you know, promoting these type of behaviors that we clearly have always went to them, and we've always been the ones in the background saying, hey, bro, don't do this, don't do that, don't do, you know, if you're going to go after somebody, go after them, not the families. And so, so the question comes up, and Hanifa asked a great question. When does mentorship become enabling?
And in essence, they never do.
Right. You know, either you enabling somebody or you're not. Now, the way I see it, the way I saw it, and the way you know, I described it to Hanifa, because it was a good question. It was a good question. I'm glad she asked it, because I know a lot of people had that same question on their mind. And from the outside looking in, it looks like that sometimes. It will look like that because we do a lot of stuff most of the stuff we do behind the scenes. Like when you guys see people come up that we have tried to mentor, we don't discuss the stuff that we've been discussing behind the scenes.
But you know where that comes from, Clarence, is sometimes the outsider is looking for justice as if we're in the position to give justice. And it's like, look, I understand that y'all want something done to the person who committed the offense, but that's not the role we trying to fill. We're not trying to fill and we're not even trying to fill that role. We're not trying to fill the role of giving justice to a person, even though they may deserve it. And we may even 9 times out of 10, we agree with the people who see what the person done. It's like, I agree with you, but that's still not my role. My role is what we're trying to do is to mentor and convince people, men and women, all ages, to stop certain behaviors. And
that's dragging us all down.
Yep.
It's dragging us all down. No, it looks like it's you win. You think you're gonna win by attacking us, or we think we're gonna win by attacking you. But like as we're gonna discuss today, it's hurting us all. It's hurting the whole space because people looking at us like, well, first of all, let's say me and Rico, we go around and we just start talking crazy to everybody. The younger guys are gonna say, well, why should I listen to them? They're just gonna embarrass me on a live broadcast. I'm not gonna go over there. And so then people just stop coming over here. They go over to other spaces where you know, they can and then we're gonna be fighting for less and less and less subscribers and viewers, and it's just if you do the math, you'll see what we're talking about when we get into it later. But yeah, man, I thought yesterday was a good stream. I thought that you know, I don't know about you, Rico, but me, I was given a lot of things to think about and kind of like say, okay, maybe I need to do this better and need to do this better. I mean, I know you always consider that too, but I know for myself, I'm gonna speak for myself. I was definitely thought about a lot of things and said, you know what, I need to do some things better. I could tighten up on a few things. How about you, brother?
Oh, I agree 100%. Which is why we said in particular that we were going to, like I said, start to more influentially, regulate the space and the platform, and to stop to more people from just having these reckless fights and whatnot. So,
right. Yeah. So, because what happens is we try to put out a show that give you guys information to help you, and then the jacket gets thrown on us that we trying to do X, Y, Z. We got ulterior motives, and we don't have no ulterior motives. We just two guys out here from the heart. We ain't getting paid to do this. We ain't getting nothing for it. I mean, we ain't getting nothing for it. You know what I mean? We just doing it because, for me it's charity. For Rico, I don't know, it might be charity for Rico too. But I mean,
I ain't getting paid. You got a check for me? No, if you ain't got a check, it's charity.
Not yet. Not yet. So, we just doing what we can. And the people that are, nice enough, like Brother Sim, that will give us super chats, yeah, that's cool. And by the way, Brother Sim, I'm on my way to the Maserati dealership. As soon as I leave here, I'm going to leave Rico right here. I'm going to go right to the Maserati dealership. But, people that are nice enough to give us, not super chats, but cash apps, we appreciate you. Appreciate you. Brother Watkins, good to see you in the building, man. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate you, man. Let's go through the chat for a second, Rico. Brother Sim said, good show last night, Brother C and Rico. Don't let people control your narrative and intentions. Yeah, we try not to, Brother Sim. It's a lot of mind games that go on in this YouTube jungle. Absolutely, man. You know what I'm saying? We trying to just navigate away from it, because see what happens is people try to put a jacket on you, and then they try to get it so that other people won't mess with you, right? And so that's what you saw. One of the things you saw last night is somebody tried to put a jacket on Rico. Rico reversed it and put the jacket on them, and now is that jacket getting heavy, right? That jacket getting heavy, and so now they try to come back to Rico, say, "Hey, Rico, please take the jacket off me," right? But see, that's the game that keep getting played when you open up a can of worms. It's better for us to just respect each other. That would be better. You know what I'm saying? I treat you with respect. Okay. It's like, if Rico mess with somebody that I don't mess with, I don't go to Rico and say, hey, you mess with this person, I can't mess with you. The same thing, Rico. You don't come to me and say that. Now, he might cuss me out about it. He may say, you crazy for doing it, but he ain't never gonna tell me, hey, don't do this, Clarence. You know what I mean? And we respect each other as grown men. We try to respect a lot of people as grown people, even though they don't look at us like that. They look at us as like, the rickety old men with the little cane walking down the street. They gotta look at it like that. They don't know, man. We got more game than Parker Brothers, man. We just ain't out here putting it out on the table, man. And we sit down and tell you everything we done did and how we done, man. Come on, man. Y'all think y'all running game? We run laps around you, man. We will run laps around you dudes, man. Yeah. Y'all don't even know. We forgot more game than y'all.
That's what I keep trying to tell them, right? I'm like, yeah, So
y'all looking at us after we got some sense in our heads, man. We didn't always have sense.
The irony is like, statement made to think in some way they're going to influence me or you to be divided against the other. I'm like, really? You mean the way that we just sat around and watched y'all be divided up to go at each other's neck? Yeah. We're supposed to do that?
Yeah.
We're supposed to do the very same thing that we're watching what y'all were like this, and now y'all trying to kill each other. You want us two to do the same thing? No, It's not going to happen. And the beautiful thing about it is this. The one weakness that everybody had and still has is the need for coin. See, it's never been lost on me. They've all thirsted for money. They didn't thirst for integrity. They all wanted to get monetized. Look at all the big, it's all, what was the conversation? It's a business, see? So What happens is people, and we're going to talk about businesses, sometimes in business, that's why I've never been a business owner. what it takes to be a business owner, that's why most small businesses fail. Most people don't really have. But sometimes, and I would say this, the majority of business owners will sacrifice their morals and values for coin. I've always been flawed in that way that I couldn't. I just can't. I just can't shake my morals and values for coin. But a good businessman ain't gonna give a damn about no religion, no morals, no values, no nothing. The only thing they believe in is the almighty dollar. And I mean, they become wholly successful. I can imagine the things that Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, I can imagine the dirt and shit that those men did. You don't get to the top of that mountain clean. You got a lot of bodies. And I mean, that means people you fucked over in business, deals that you did, that were ideas that they stole from people. You got a lot of unethical shit that's done. That's the history of business in America. In a capitalistic society, it's dog eat dog.
Yeah.
Flat out. Ain't nothing pretty about getting to the top of that mountain. It's very ugly and it's littered with bodies. We look at the people at the top. You can go to the music industry. Look at how many all those people at the top, and they'll tell you, Puff Daddy. Oh, the bodies that he done left in his wake from people he fucked over on every kind of deal. They do. It just, it just does. It's just like, if you're going to get, it's not to say, and if you maintain to your values and your belief structure, while you still can conduct business, you will not be wildly successful. People don't reward that.
It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, they just generally don't reward that. And that's in almost every area, even in the church. Look at the most successful churches. Look at the most successful religion. They got bodies. They got bodies. I ain't going to call out no particular. They got bodies. They all do. If you go through the history of some sort of sense of deceit, betrayal, they got bodies.
Yeah.
They just do. So that's the nature of business. And we want to talk a little bit about just business. And this is not an anti-business stream, no rant, nothing like that. This is actually about, like, why are we struggling in the business realm, period, as a community? We have a lot of, I ain't gonna say a lot. We have a number of great successes, and I'm pretty sure they got bodies in it too. Whether it be Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, Kanye, I guarantee you, if you go through their history of doing business, they screwed over a lot of people, and a lot of people they screwed over, Clarence, they look like us.
Yeah.
They look like us.
Yeah.
They usually ain't screwed over the non-melanated people. Melanated people get there walking on the backs of melanated people.
Right.
We don't want to talk about it though, right? We don't want to talk about that, right? We can't. And
well, Rico. They will walk on each other's backs if they have to. I mean, they don't. It's to the point now where the world economy is not going. It used to be a time when they, meaning the elite whites, they were in control of imports. They control exports. They controlled everything.
They still do, by and large. They still do.
But I'm saying they can't. The way the world economy is set up, productivity is before it was control. Control was the thing that they wanted to have, but now instead of control, they want profitability. Profitability will not allow racism to stay the way it was, to operate the same way it did. You know what I'm saying? In other words, they could say, we're going to close these people out of this marketplace.
But here's the thing. It won't allow it to operate the way it used to.
That's what I'm saying.
However,
I'm not saying it's not operating. I'm
exactly,
saying
it's a different
not
way.
operating the way it's not able to operate the way it used to operate.
And that's all I'm sitting there saying
it has to be on a much smaller scale because the global marketplace would not allow that.
Or not even on a well, maybe on a somewhat
well, here's
smaller
let
scale.
me give you an example of what I'm talking about, Rico. Right out here in the port of Long Beach, the port of LA, we got containers out there right now. They got containers that's backed up out there right now. If you lock the Mexicans out of that, you lock the blacks out of that, you're done. They are probably 70% of the trucking industry over here, right? But if you lock them out, now everybody's gonna lose money. You can't operate the same way. So it has to be structured differently. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So what they do is they will open up the labor force to minorities. Right. Labor.
Right. Well, that wasn't even open before.
I know. Right. There used to be longshoremen and docks. That was all over the country. You know, unions and unions. My wife. That's what she does. That's her thing.
Okay.
Unions still have a pretty heavy racial slant. They still do. Yeah, you go to a lot of local unions,
For the most part, I'll tell you about this about unions. Yeah. Most of them have a lot of nepotism. I will say that.
Yeah, and nepotism. So
not a nepotism.
Exactly. So the father, it'd be the grandfather, the father, the son, the grandson.
Exactly. You'll find a dude, and it'd be like my father's and my grandfather, my cousin, and my brother.
My son got into the union, but like a lot of unions, he's plumber, so you have to test. And it took that boy about half a dozen times to pass the test because they only take so many per class. Right. So when they bring you in as an apprentice, like it might be like, okay, we can bring in 100, the top 100 get in. Anybody after that, and it's like you don't even fail the test. Like he was never failing it. He kept missing the cutoff. He'd be 101, 105. He just could never get in that top.
Right.
But I also know he told me once he finally got in, he was like, oh, I know it's some white boys in here that didn't get in that first top 100. I said, yeah, they did. You know how they got in? They got a copy of the test beforehand. Just like your ass finally did. But you had to sneak and steal a copy. They was given a copy. You see what I'm saying? They gave them a copy so they would score flawlessly. You finally stole you on mute, Clarence.
I said, I know it definitely was like that. It definitely was like that.
It's still like that now.
No, I'm not saying it's not like that, but what I'm saying is I don't think it's to the degree that it used to be because of the marketplace. The marketplace won't allow. They need so many bodies. It's just like they need so many truckers out there. They don't care what color you are. Get your behind in that truck and take these containers out of here. Because we all losing money. If we play this game the way we used to play it, we're all gonna lose money.
But see, here's the thing though, Clarence, and you gotta realize the reason why it was that way and still is to a great degree is those union jobs are some good paying jobs. They pay very well. They have excellent benefits.
Yes, sir.
Excellent job protections. So the reason why it opened up more and more, like you said, is because they needed more people than they had enough white guys to want to do. Because most of the white guys decided, okay, we're trying to get out of this blue collar and we're trying to go to the white collar jobs. They don't want to do it. So then it opened up the opportunity for Hispanic and African Americans to take those jobs. And as they made inroad, but I would still say, with the exception of certain, every local is different, but the overall union representation in this country, if you added up all union members throughout America, it's still predominantly white. It's probably like 70%.
I would say
there are certain local unions in certain areas where Hispanics may dominate and African Americans.
You would know better than me. You would know better than me, Rico, because your wife does it nationally. But I would say here in California, I would say definitely at the administrative and the executive level, definitely for sure.
Yeah, because the headquarters for them is the IBT is downtown DC from where we live. International Brotherhood of Teamsters. That's Hoffa. The grandson finally stepped down and somebody else took over. But it's like when you go down there to that headquarters, that motherfucker like 95% white. And that's in DC. Because these are all the higher echelons, and then all the locals from all over the country, they tap in with them because they're the ones that fight Congress and all that stuff. But it's still, it's still structured the way it is. So we won't belabor that too much, but I just wanted to tap in to say that yes, we are making inroads, but there's still something left out there.
I'm saying if you want something, fight for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't care who's out there, you fight for it because it's just a new day. Not to say that it's not happening, but you just got a better shot at it today. All right, so let me do this one. Go through these chats, Rico. Brother Marcus says, after a while, it's a shame. It hurts. By the way, Marcus, you're gonna have to do like Rico. You have to get a dummy page, just set up a dummy page so that because I tried every kind of way around trying to give you a wrench without a dummy page. It won't let me do it. So you need to set up a dummy page. All right. So after a while, shame, it hurts because together we can conquer all, build tribes, empires together, especially with God's strength and will. Brother Clarence and Brother Rico. Yeah, you're right. You're right, brother. But it's so much thinking process that's the other way. It's hard, man. We got to get over that. Let's see. Let me pick up the Brother Negro said, never seen the righteous forsaken or his seed begging bread. I totally agree, Rico. Yeah, man. I mean, you're gonna have to make some money and do something at some point. Brother Watkins says, business always about comfort. They put out money to what feels good. Absolutely. Let's see. Okay. So now, Rico, since we're here.
Well, let me do this. Let me lay out a couple of statistics about business and where we're going with it, so that at least we know a good place that we're coming from. And I'm sorry, guys, I can't share this because I haven't quite figured that out, how to bring pages to share and whatnot. But this is from Zippia, the career expert, so you guys can feel free to go and check behind me. But these are just some demographics about business owner demographics and stats in the U.S. So there's 734,842 business owners in the U.S. 48.6% of all the business owners are women, while 51.4% are men. Okay? So it's 48.6% are women, 51.4% are men. The average age of an employed business owner is 44 years old. They're 44. So they're not these teen entrepreneurs that everybody keep telling, oh, you can start. I'm like, that's the exception. Usually they don't have enough experience or expertise, or knowledge base to become a business owner. So I've always found it kind of foolish, to sit there and tell a 20-year-old to start their own business, because most of them will fail, and they will fail repeatedly. And it's not because they're not capable or they're not smart enough. It's just to run a successful business, it usually takes a certain amount of experience. So if you want to open a restaurant, go work for a restaurant for a few years before you decide, my mama said I can cook, I'm going to open a restaurant.
Yeah.
All right, whatever. So that's just my thoughts. I could be way wrong, but the average age is 44. Obviously, nobody 54, 64 is trying to start a business because they're trying to quit working. So that's still pretty up there. The most common ethnicity of business owners is white, 70.8%, 70.8. 70% of all business owners in America are white.
Okay, stop right there, Rico.
Yes.
How come that's so skewed of a number?
We're going to try to get to it. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. There's probably a lot of, but again, we in 2022, folks. We in 2022, still 70% of business owners are white.
And no, nothing against the white business owners, nothing like that.
But that's just what it is.
A little more even of a number, in my opinion. Okay, but go ahead.
followed by Hispanic or Latino, which is 14%.
Okay.
And then Asian, which is 6.2.
Okay.
You notice who I still ain't called yet, right?
Yeah, man. Where we at? What's going on? Where are we?
We are at. Go to this quick chart real quick. Here you go. We are at 6%. The Asians are beating us by 0.2.
Okay.
We are 6% of business owners. Meaning 94% of the other business owners are anything but Black.
Okay.
Okay? Because that's what we're talking. We're trying to figure out now with 13% of the 13 to 14% of the population, but we're only 6% of the business owners. Okay. White people are not 70% of the population.
They're not?
But no, they're not. They're still the majority, but I'm gonna have to look up what percentage, but I think they've dropped down into the 60%, or I think they said like in the next 20 years we'll finally be, for the first time, America will be a majority minority country, which doesn't mean it's going to be majority Black or majority Hispanic, meaning all the minorities combined will finally cross the 50% threshold. So the white population right now, if I had to take a guess, it's so the thing is the business population exceeds the population.
Yeah. So that's my question: is how come? Why is that like that?
Okay, 61. See, there's 61% of the population, but 70% of the business owners.
Okay.
Right. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
I mean, it's just.
Wait a minute. Wait. I want you to address this, Rico. Brother Watkins says, business is not about capabilities. It's about comfort. Brother Watkins,
I believe it's about both. Yeah, comfortability. Comfort is a big part of it. It's a very big part of it.
And what drives business is necessity and profitability. They have to meet somewhere. They have to meet on a place, and when they meet, then you can have a business that you can actually make money from. So, because it doesn't matter how good, like for example, if you have a business, there are people that have cure. I was watching last night. There's a brother from Ireland that has a cure, quote unquote cure for cancer, right? He's curing cancer in dogs in 5 days and a couple of days, and he's curing this potion that he made, right? But if he tried to bring it over here in America, man, they'd probably try to assassinate him, right? Because that's a big industry. The cancer industry is a big industry. If you knock that industry out, a lot of people be out of work. A lot of other things are going to follow. It's going to be a domino effect. So they don't want to do it fast, even though that's a good thing and it would help a lot of people. It's not profitable. So the profitability is, like Chris Rock said, on the comeback. Having you come back and go do the chemotherapy and this therapy and that therapy, that is very profitable, right? If you could just take something and you could knock out cancer in a couple of days or 2 weeks, that would be very profitable. So that's my point where I said profitability and necessity have to meet somewhere so that you can actually have a business that will make money, that will thrive. All right. Rico, let me say, Brother Newbro said white people are 68% of the population. Yeah, but they have a
higher percentage of business ownership.
But let me say this: one of the reasons why they are so against Roe v. Wade is because they have what is called a negative birth rate, meaning that they have more deaths happening in 1 year than they have live births, and the abortion situation is really catching up to them, and so unfortunately for them, that's something that they have to deal with, like the negative birth rate. They got to deal with that like immediately, and because in my opinion, the federal government will step in at some point, and that's a whole nother topic. Let me go into that. Hold on. Let me shout out Brother Von Bryan. But I know you don't usually run over these streets, Brother Von, but we appreciate you, brother. You know, push back. If you with us, you're not, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, you're not in a place where you gotta agree with us. This old dinosaur, he don't agree with me all the time. So, you know, but we push back each other. We just do it with respect, Brother Von. So we appreciate you for stopping through, man. Brother Watkins says resume or resume. Negro said Hispanic is 18%, I think. Yeah, that's what it is out here.
The population. That's the population. But they're only 14% of the business owners.
Okay.
But they're still doing significantly better than us, who are almost 13% of the population, but only 6% of the business owners.
Now here's the question. Here's the issue, Rico.
Well, let me tell you one more sore point I just saw, which is even more dismal for us. While we're 13% of the population, but only 6% of the business owners, guess who's 10% of the business owners in America?
Who?
The LGBT community.
Oh.
They got more of them in business than us.
Right.
And these are things, like I said, we don't even talk about. We need to think about, like.
Well, let's think about it, brother. That's why
we need to have this conversation, because
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with it. I am totally for them, their community, making their business. I'm trying to figure out, I don't have a problem with any of these communities and their success in business. I'm trying to get to, why do we have such abysmal low numbers is what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, so let's do a slow walk, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
If the white community has 70-something% of the businesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
They own 70% of that. Now we know a portion of that is probably, like we were talking about, nepotism. We're talking about they already have a handle on a lot of these different industries. Mm-hmm. They already have a handle on those industries. We are trying to break into those industries, right? So that's what their numbers are going to be out because of that, right? But the question is, why do so many other people have more of a business position than we do? And here's so what? Let's look at it logically. In white businesses, white people support white businesses. Mm-hmm. Black people support white businesses.
Yep.
Latinos support white businesses.
Yep.
Almost everybody in the community, the LGBT crew, the alphabet crew, they support white businesses, right? Okay, so they get a lot of their money from almost everybody, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go down the line. Who else? Who was the next largest group?
I believe it was it's a big gap, big drop after that. It was, I think, let me make sure I'm right. Hang on. I'll tell you exactly who was next. Was our Latino brothers and sisters at 14%.
Latino brothers and sisters, they get Latino money, they get black money, and they get a little bit of white money, and they get a little bit of Asian money.
Yep.
But the bulk of their money comes from their own people, right?
Yep. The vast majority. Yep.
Who's the next people on the list, Rico?
Asians at 6.2%.
Okay, the Asian people. The Asian people get some white money. The bulk of their money is from Asians.
Yes.
But they get a little white money.
Yep.
They get a lot of black money.
Yep.
They get a lot of our money because they got a lot of businesses in our community.
Mm-hmm.
So they get a lot of our money.
And a little bit of Latino.
A little bit of the Latino money, right?
Yep.
Who's next on the list, Rico?
Bringing up the rear. Black. We're not in last place, guys, okay? We're not in last place.
We're not in last place?
No, because they got the unknown and then American Indian.
Unknown and American Indian, but the American Indian, they have they have contracts where you can't.
Right, but their business is still they're in a totally different.
That's what I'm saying. So
their percentage of the population is also significantly smaller as well.
Yeah, but they have agreements with the government.
Yeah, but I'm saying even
they don't have
it's not even that many of them still here.
But watch this, Rico. Watch this.
Even if we said they was 100% business owners, it's like they still got way less numbers, total numbers of Native Americans in America. So
well, let's discuss them later.
We're at 6%.
Who we talking about? 6%.
We're at 6%.
Okay. If a black people open a business, the problem is most black people won't go there. Yeah. Most white people won't go there. Most Latinos won't go there. And ain't no Asians going there. You can give noodles and rice or whatever is a bulk item that they would take. You could get, they're not going to go there.
Yeah.
That is the issue. Now, Rico, here's the question. Why don't people want to use black businesses on that scale? I'm not saying we don't go to black businesses at all, but I'm saying because white people think first, I'm going to go to a white business. They don't think, oh, because it's white, I'm going there. They think because, hey, this person is near me, their proximity is closer to me, and we could probably have same cultural ideas about what, how the business flows. I'm going to go there, right? Mm-hmm. Black people, we don't have that, right? We think of it, man, I ain't going to make no nigga rich. It's not going to be me, right? or he, you go into a black business and, okay, can I have a number 2? Well, we don't have a fish today. Or can I have a number 4? We out of chicken. Well, can I have a number 10? Right? So we perpetuate the
stereotypes and the negativity, right?
We perpetuate the dysfunctional business owner in the black community a lot of the time. Let's say everybody. You got pockets like Atlanta where people do stuff like that. A lot of times they work together, but those are pockets. I'm talking about on a national scale. We just don't look at black businesses. I'm talking about black people don't support black businesses. Now the question is, Rico, why? Why not? Why don't we support black businesses? Why don't we look like white people? They look at their own people and say, okay, if I can't find what I need from my own people, then I will go outside of the community and go and try to find it.
That's what we're here to talk about.
Black people are the reverse.
Right. I think the most successful black business we will ever see, if it ever comes in my lifetime, will be for a black person to invent something that's in high demand that no one else has ever done. Okay? Because then everybody got to come to you to get it. Okay. And then you got to hope that nobody white don't steal it from you. And sometimes they'll just copy the shit and then they'll become more popular than the original.
Okay.
We know that. But I figure like, hey, if you just come up with something that's in high demand and nobody else has done it, you got a chance because then they will have to come to you. But I look at it from the standpoint too is, and I try to frequent black businesses as often as I can, but I can tell you, unless you're in certain areas and certain neighborhoods, it can be a challenge.
Yeah.
That's
also an issue.
Because oftentimes if you in the hood, we do the same thing that I say, we complain about Asians that come into our communities and throw up a store and do the bare minimum for our dollars, right? But I'm like, we do the same shit. We do the same low barrier to entry, low performance. You got Keisha in there, not being professional. We don't seem to, I own a business, but professionalism does not seem, now granted, and I've seen it where it's not just Asians, it'll be Indians and whatever, and they'll open a corner store or a liquor store or a gas station, and we complain about them bringing their culture and their behaviors, but I'm like, ours isn't much better. We get offended because the Asian, the Korean culture and behavior is different than ours, but it's not like, it's almost like when you see black people pushing back against the nail shop, they're not pushing back because they want better professionalism. They want it to look black. I'm like, the Vietnamese nail lady ain't gonna be in there smoking a blunt and drinking no Henny. They're gonna be Vietnamese ghetto. But when you see these sisters out here, let me tell you, we had this rash for the last couple of years. These sisters, week in and week out, fighting in these goddamn nail shops.
Right.
But I'm like, Yes, the nail shop is ghetto, but you're a ghetto fucking customer.
Right.
That's why I think the white businesses, and I don't sit there, I go to the white barber, they can't even cut fucking hair. But that old man in there, he got a suit and tie on and hot, you know, and this. I'm like, nah, you're not cutting my hair with no damn scissors. I need clippers, right? But the level of professionalism, you know, I went there a few times, fucked my head up and everything. But the level of professionalism, like I go in there, I ain't got no loud music, ain't got no damn sports on TV, which I'm, you know, like it, but we almost encourage our professional service providers to be less than professional to us, thereby causing their business to suffer. So if you go to a white barbershop and a black barbershop, I ain't talking about one of them white hood barbershops, you will see a difference in professionalism that, with the exception of a small percentage of black businesses that I've seen emulate that behavior, most of them just don't do it. They clearly are lacking in their professionalism. And when you charging, they want to charge the same money. So they're like, you know, I remember the time I went to this black florist, and I wanted to send, you know, my ex-wife some flowers to her job to surprise her for her birthday. These motherfuckers, I mean, I was just like, you know, and that's when you be like, you know, so you go out and you give them a break. I'm like, the flowers were late. She was gone. Then they, you know, because the whole point is like, I want to surprise you at work so your coworker can see you get flowers from your husband. That's part of it. Right. I done paid extra for this shit. I done told them where she work, everything. Then they call her. Where you at? We got flowers for you. Motherfucker, if I wanted you to call her, you know, so it's just like everything. And I said, I had been to like 10 white florists before that. Never happened. Yeah. Never happened. Yeah. I go to the black florists. They couldn't get nothing right. Flowers with some shit. It's just like, okay, come on,
stay
man.
Right there, Rico. Stay right there. Let me read this from Sim Simma, and I'm gonna come right back to you because I got a question for you. Mm-hmm. All right. So Sim Simma, brother Sim says, I disagree with Chinese folk want our noodles. Our stores is just not in their community. No, brother. No, it's they culturally are not going to buy stuff from you. I mean, that's just a cultural thing for them. Trust me. First of all, they would not let you open up a business in their neighborhood. And if you think I'm lying, take a bunch of money and go try to open up a business in the Chinese community and watch them fight you to tooth and nail to let you get in there.
But again, the only exception is you're going to have something that they have a huge need for that they can't already provide.
But they can. Everything they can provide them. They can provide. They got to line in on everything else.
Right.
So you're not going to bring
nothing. That's why I say you have to have.
This is my point. You don't have it.
They can't provide.
Because you still try to break into these industries that they've already broken into. Right.
But they'll let a white business come in and do it.
There you go.
Because they will. They
will at least let him. They will at least let that person get the lead.
Right. That's where that white supremacy kicks in on all minority races. Every minority race will welcome a white-owned business into its community.
Everybody will.
Every Asian, Hispanic, Latino, they will all bow down and kiss the fucking ground at the white business. And I will readily admit the customer service, that's my bone of contention with businesses, period. It's customer service. The customer service is now not universal. There's a couple of black-owned businesses I go to. Their customer service is out of this fucking world.
Yeah,
the returns, everything. But they're so hit or miss.
Yeah.
And one thing is most of any white business of medium to large size, they for the most part they have a consistent customer service, even if it's not great. Walmart customer service not great, but it's the same customer service every fucking where you go.
Right.
Same thing with Target. Same thing with
Now, Rico, is it unfair? Is it unfair for us as Black people to put that type of expectation on the smaller Black business when we
Hell no. Hell no. Because small white businesses still have customer
Yeah, a lot of
service
them do.
that match those. That's what we're talking.
Yeah,
Customer service is not dictated by size.
They do understand. They do understand that. They do
Right.
understand.
And that's what I'm saying is they understand what makes or break your business is not even your product. It's your customer service. If I walk into your store, I'm looking to buy the shit you got there.
Right.
I didn't walk in here if I wasn't interested in buying the shit. It ain't your prices. It's your customer service. We lose, and so whether it's a restaurant, now you got the old nasty ass waitress coming over to your table. I'm like, well, you know, because why? Because you wanted to get the cheapest labor. So guess what that comes with? That comes with shitty customer service.
Yeah.
It does. It does. If I come into your business, your restaurant, whatever, I'm ready to spend my money. The whole experience comes down to customer service. And if anybody, like I said, there are a few places that, not a few, there are lots, but it's nowhere matches the numbers that it should be for you're spending your money. And again, I think that hell, I've been to white restaurants where the food tastes like trash.
Yeah.
But the service was great. You know what I'm saying? Little portions, shit ain't gotten. I'm like, damn, where's the salt around this damn place, right? So the food is not even that good. But the service is, they'll sit there and say, oh, you didn't like it? Let me take it back and do it again. Try that shit at a black restaurant.
Well, see, now
gotta send something back.
I think we are both qualified to speak on black businesses. I think we're both qualified, right? Okay.
White businesses as well.
So, but here's the thing, Rico. A lot of we black people on a mass scale just got into business in the 20s. I mean, maybe about 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And what most of what we got into was the service industry.
But here's the problem though. Okay. We're up on the 100-year anniversary of Tulsa. Okay. What made Tulsa a booming business back then wasn't just because they had to keep the money in the same community, because they didn't. They could have went outside the community. But those black business owners 100 years ago, the fucking service was impeccable. Yeah, they modeled customer service on businesses that they frequented. So when they went into the white hardware shop, when they opened their hardware shop, even though it was black owned, they modeled it on those behaviors, which made them successful, because now the black person can say, well, I don't have to go to the white hardware shop because Mr. Jones is going to treat me just as good when I walk into the black hardware shop. But if I walk into the black hardware shop and it's substandard.
Well, Rico, we gotta tell the whole story. Yeah. At that time, they had the Jim Crow laws.
Yes.
And it was, you could still make a profit.
Yes.
Being with the racist.
But what I'm saying is this, Clarence. When it was much harder, our customer service was much better.
Well, see, look, I'm about to drop on you. Why? Because even though you had all these businesses, like you said, you might have 2 or 3 different hardware stores. So now the competition drove the customer service. You follow? The competition between the other black businesses drove it. So you had to have a higher standard, because this person could go right across the street and go to, Rico's hardware store. They don't have to go to Clarence hardware store. So what's the difference? It's the
same thing. But it's the same thing today, because
listen. The difference is we pretty much got the same prices, right? Because we both getting our equipment and everything from the same places. So we pretty much got the same prices. What is the only thing that we can control what's the only thing I can control that Rico can't control? I can control my customer service. That when they see how much better the customers get treated by me, they're going to come back here and shop with me. That's the only way we can have to compete with each other, right? It wasn't because we weren't able to go. The whole reason why we have the black church, the whole reason why we have the black colleges, the only reason why we had the black Wall Street is because they wouldn't allow us to do that. it was still profitable to be that way. They could still make a profit by closing us out of those markets. Today's situation, they cannot do that. The world economy would just not allow that to happen anymore.
Well, what I'm saying, today, though, the competition is still the same. So I don't know why it still would not drive you to elevate your customer service to compete. Because now you're not competing with just white people. You're competing with Latino people, Asian people, whatever the business that you decide to open. So, for example, we take the restaurant business, and that's why restaurants are notoriously fucking money pits and fail. And I think a lot of it is people who actually open restaurants is because people like to, the flaw is my mama said I can cook good. It's not even necessarily always. The food in a restaurant is probably accountable for maybe 50% of its success. The other half is the customer service and the experience. It's not just the food. Fried chicken is fried fucking chicken. A T-bone steak is a T-bone steak. You're muted, Clarence. Clarence, you're muted. You're muted.
Said now you talking crazy, Rico. Fried chicken is not fried chicken.
God damn it, it's close enough. All right. But I'm just sitting there saying this. Food is food. Oh, go ahead. Let's address the new growth. You know what? And I'm glad you brought that up because you're right. Chick-fil-A, to be a fast food joint, has some outstanding customer service.
Right.
Damn, I never thought they're the nicest fucking people. That's the nicest fast food joint I ever been in. Is Chick-fil-A. They nice as hell. They'll bring it to your table and everything else.
Right.
Damn. But you're right. Them damn Chinese joints in DC, horrible customer service. But you know what? Eddie Leonard's, you know about Eddie Leonard's new grow? You go in there and get them damn steak and cheese, get them damn chicken wings this big, like damn, that's a big. What's that, turkey wing, right?
Here we go. You gotta ask
I'm from the club 3 o'clock in the morning.
Hey man, I was going to this. I used to go to this fish market, man. It's shut down, man. This Korean brother owned it, man. So he had this fish market, right? So he started selling chicken wings too, man. So I said, okay, yeah, let me get some chicken wings. Chicken wings was this big. I said, oh man, come on, bro. Ain't no chicken got no wing that big, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. I said, man, let me
what kind of buzzing was this? I mean,
I'm gonna be eating a whole bunch of steroids, man, if I eat this.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's true. That is true. You're right.
Okay,
let me get some of the earlier one. The earlier one.
The earlier one, Sim says, new growth. All you do is ask for extra duck sauce, and Miss Susie's gonna go crazy, right?
Damn right. You damn right.
$1, right?
No. And look, and they give you Sim. Don't forget they give you one napkin, right? You get one napkin. You got one 6-year-old fucking fortune cookie. And that's like when I get Chinese, I'm like, let me stop at the grocery store and give me some fucking soy sauce. Because you ask for extra soy sauce, that you go from 1 pack to 1.5, and they want to charge you for it.
Hey, but let me tell you about your people, right? Mm-hmm. So I had this place I used to go to I am a connoisseur of curry chicken and jerk chicken and stuff like that. So I had this one place I used to go, right? And so the first time I went in there, I had a $20 bill up in my hand, right? Mm-hmm. To pay for the meal, right? So just by some chance, when I ordered the meal, I said there was no menu or nothing. There was no price list or nothing. So by chance, it cost $20. So I said, oh, okay. The next time I went in there, I didn't have the money out. And so I go in there to get the same order, same dish. And they said, oh, it's $17. And I said, I'm ordering the same meal. What happened? And I realized the lady saw the money in my hand. She just said, hey, that's how much it costs, right? She said, it's going to be $20. I was like, oh, okay. But my point is, in the black business, they sometimes will do stuff like that and not realize that people remember stuff like that, and then they'll say, hey, your food ain't good enough for you to come and bump my head, right?
See, and then look, you got to remember too, right? Here's also the caveat, and this is where the customer, you know about Eddie Leonard's new growth. The customer and the business are both at fault, because you got the one on the one side of the equation, you got the customer. You're a black customer, you go to a black business, and what's the first fucking thing we want? The hookup, the black discount. Can't you do a brother or a sister right? Like, nigga, you being black ain't got nothing to do with what it costs. Yeah. But you know, we always, that's the customer side of it. The business problem side of it is, because you black, I can just treat your ass any kind of way. Because I've seen black customers go in and expect the world because they're in your establishment. Oh, give me this, give me that, throw this in, throw that in, dun, 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 and all kinds of free shit. But then I've seen black businesses will damn near push a black customer out the way to run to a white customer. Because like their money is different. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think that's a dynamic that we oftentimes on both sides of the equation do each other a huge disservice, a very huge disservice. So I try to, as a customer, I go into these black businesses, I tip 20% like I do the white businesses. Whatever my bill is 20%. I don't care if the service is good, bad, or indifferent. I'm tipping appropriately. I'm drinking as much. I keep my complaints to a minimum. You know, the different servers and so forth. I try to treat them all equally. But I say that.
Rico, Bond. Well, I'm telling you, the wings, they look like they came off a dragon, man. I was like, what the hell?
I'm telling you.
I was like, these are not chicken wings, man. I don't know what they are, but I'm not eating them. Shout out to Bond. Okay, Rico, mm-hmm. we got some serious questions to ask, because we want black people for their numbers to go up. We have to show that we can do just as viable business as other people. Now, how are we going to do that? But like you said, in the black community, because they got so much. Let
me put out one more stat that I think people need to understand, right?
Okay.
Here's one other stat that, let me just hang on, because this is another telling part. Okay, this is another telling part of the story.
Shout out, Sister Annie. I don't think I shouted you out earlier. Sister Annie, no, I didn't shout you out. Shout out, Sister Annie. Good to see you in the building, girl.
Okay, so in particular, right, they're talking about the money, the wage gap by race for business owners.
Okay.
See, these are business owners.
Okay.
So it doesn't tell what the types of businesses are, but I'm pretty sure that can skew it as well. We do know some businesses are lower earning than others, but then that would mean we would have to be in. Okay, so these are, I guess, the average, right? The average Asian business owners have the highest average salary compared to other ethnicities. So the Asian business owners' average salary is the highest at $75,000 a year.
Okay.
After that is followed by unknown, which is approximately 73,000, something of that nature. Then followed by whites, which are approximately 69. No, that's 69, probably closer to 70. So it's like 73,000. White is like 71,000. Okay. Then followed by Hispanics, which are about $67,000. And lastly, bringing up the rear
again,
are blacks, and they're probably at 61,000.
Okay.
Per year.
Okay.
So again, it's like there's a huge disparity. Black 62,283 have the lowest average salary. So even if we're the lowest of having businesses, and then we're the lowest of the wage in having businesses. So,
but my point is, why, Rico? Why, and what are we doing?
And the thing is, which I sit there and say, well, Obviously, Black and Latinos, I'm pretty sure most of those are service-oriented business owners,
Correct.
i.e. cleaning companies, lawn care companies, restaurants,
taxes, yeah.
Just all sort of types of labor.
Right.
A lot of the white businesses and maybe Asian businesses are probably professional businesses too.
Shout out to Brother Chris.
So if you're a small business owner and you're a boutique law firm, a boutique doctor's office, see what I'm saying? They're in the professional businesses, the businesses of licensure, engineering companies, things of that. You see what the majority of our business is in serving others.
Service and entertainment, absolutely. Mm-hmm. So, but here's the thing, Rico.
Mr. Anderson the Great, the link, look up Zippia.com, Zippia.com, and then you can do a search for business owner demographic and statistics in the U.S.
Shout out to Brother Anderson. Shout out.
Yeah, if I could put it in a link, I would. But and this is what as I said, and you can even look at the Census Bureau and other places. They all seem to pretty much line up pretty good.
But Rico,
stuff that we don't talk about.
Even if you open a bunch of Black businesses, what good is that going to do if Black people won't go there? If we're not, see, every other business, those people will support it. As for example, white people, when they own a business, they got 4 people that they know they're going to go to that business: white, Black, Asian, Latino. For sure. That's the pool.
That's
of people
their market.
Their business.
That's their market.
When Black people open a business, they pretty much are only Black people going to go there in bulk.
Except the ones that are wildly successful as a Black business that can capture the 4. They generally have. Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be right. That may be correct. Yep.
And that's a service business, right?
And then, like you said, when you and you're right, New Growth, I believe that without a doubt. And home health care is mostly businesses with a lot of CNAs, things like that, that don't generate a huge, even though you have some stability that you're gonna always have clients and customers. They're not, and a lot of those, they probably end up getting government contracts. So it's not the ones that's leading in home health care, they ain't getting a lot of those private insurance contracts or them wealthy but white people. Thank you, New Growth. We appreciate it. They're probably, so even in the home health care market, like you said, it's interesting. They'll get nursing homes, they'll get hospitals, they'll get all the government CNA aids, but the wealthy white people who need home health care, they're going to go to the white businesses. So they still parse it out, even when you're in the same field, trying to get those other contracts. Again, as I was raised and used to be taught, as a Black business owner, it's just like being a Black employee. You got to be twice as good.
Okay, but here's the thing, Rico. Because we can't get away from this fact. Most white people will use white businesses.
Yes.
Is there anything wrong with that?
No.
Okay, because they have the proximity, they have the cultural similarity. Mm-hmm. Of course, they're going to probably use somebody they culturally aligned with. That's just going to make them feel more comfortable doing business with that person. So there's nothing wrong with that. Here's the issue with us as Black people.
We don't. Right.
So we
have to look at the reason. We're discussing the reasons why we don't, because I can't keep telling you, Clarence, to go to a restaurant where the customer service is well below subpar.
Right.
It just doesn't work.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
In order for us to maintain that sense of brand loyalty by race, it still has to be competent. It still has to be competent to the service standard. The service standard still must be met, not just because white people still demand that their white businesses meet a service standard, right? They don't go to the trashy white business. They go to the white businesses that are meeting a service standard. That's the part our businesses oftentimes is leaving out. You got the black, and I think that we would support you in droves, but the service standard is not uniformly, consistently met. Yes, there are some that knock it out of the park. Then there are many more that are way lacking. Shout out to Conversations with King. I salute to you, brother. Shout out to Conversations with King. Yeah, and that's him and his pop. They're doing they got a black-owned business that I believe, I don't know personally, but I believe that's meeting the service standards that we're talking about, and how important it is for more black businesses to be successful. They just got to stop looking beyond this service standard. They got to stop looking as if the service standard doesn't matter, because it does to your black clientele. And the reason why we so often abandon our businesses, not 100% the reason, but I know, like you said, from our experiences with black businesses, Clarence, we've seen a lot of them failing in the customer standard woefully.
Absolutely.
And if you ain't going to do that, I mean, what the fuck? I'm not going to keep giving you my money and you keep shorting me on, on my repairs in my house. Or how many times I'm going to bring you my car and you're going to keep getting fucked up? I'm going to stop bringing it to you.
Rico.
Yes, sir.
Now I have to, now we have, and now I got to bring up something that's very uncomfortable. Okay.
For who?
For us as black people.
Okay. Oh, okay. For your folk?
My folk.
Go ahead.
All right. Unfortunately, we as black people view quality and value with a white person's name. We will buy a car with a white person's name. We will buy our clothes with a white person's name. We will buy our jewelry and we go shop. And just to say, I was at this store with this white person's name on it.
Now, we're not the only ones, but I will admit that we do it the most.
But it's hurting us the most. Would you agree with that? It's that behavior is hurting us the most, because we have confident black business people. But we are not, because we have this mentality that they're black business people, their business, their customer service, and their business is not going to be as good as the white business with this white name on it, Walmart, et cetera, Therefore, we're not going to go there.
But right? I keep thinking it goes back to the very thing that I keep saying. It's the customer service, the customer experience. And the fact that so let's take designer name, right? Gucci, all this other shit, right?
Yeah.
The product isn't necessarily anything better than anything else. They built up this brand name through exclusivity, and a lot of it is about constantly pushing. When they started out, those businesses were small, but their customer service was always a very big thing for them. So they pushed it. They pushed the name. Like if somebody wasn't satisfied with something, they go out of their way to fix it, because they didn't. To be a good business owner or good business person or a good salesperson is you never want a customer unhappy. Even if you know the customer's the headache, if you know the customer is just full of BS, you just can't have them unhappy, because in the long run, as long as your customers are happy, they will continue to come back and continue to spend their money. The moment you leave a customer unhappy, you lose that customer. So they usually don't want to. They're like, okay, we're going to give them the win today. And if I make Clarence happy and he leave happy today, and whatever I lost today, I'm gonna get back off his ass the next 3 trips back, because I'm gonna charge him a little extra. I'm gonna do a little something extra, and he'll be happy. That's what I do think is a big part of it.
Okay, brother. Let me read Brother Brian's chat. Since black businesses are not successful in our neighborhoods, and they're not, do you believe that we should be thinking of our businesses in a much more international aspect, yes.
Yes.
Products that are sold is across the globe, yes.
Absolutely. And that, you know what?
Absolutely.
Hold on to that for a second, Clarence. That's one thing too. I'm glad you brought that up, Brother Vaughn. That's also a problem with our businesses. We tailor our business to a single crowd. We make our businesses Black businesses. We don't make them businesses. We make them Black
great
businesses.
Point, Rico. That is a great
point.
We
make them Black. We don't make a hardware store. We make a Black hardware store.
Well, Rico, the Black people will say, you trying to get the bag, you trying to get white people. They will ostracize you for trying to have just a regular business, because they will say you should have a bit. They will tell the Black business owner, you should have a business that caters just to me,
even though we don't frequent it, right?
Right.
Which makes no damn sense.
I know, but we're keeping ourselves out of business, right?
Yes.
If we could serve a larger pool of people, you're gonna make money, right?
Yes.
But I'm telling you that because we have such a small understanding of business,
exactly,
that's what they say. They think like, oh well, you should cater everything around me.
Yes.
And so if you don't cater everything around me, you would sell out a coon or this or that or whatever, right?
And I'll tell you the truth too. You'll be surprised. I'm not sure, but the percentage of maybe African Americans that even go to business school. And I be telling people, like, y'all do know that there's a whole entire philosophy called business. That's why they call it business school. So you learn how to. There are strategies that have been proven for hundreds of years how businesses succeed in a capitalistic society. And if you don't maintain these market principles and values and beliefs, you're destined to fail. And I believe something like, 80% of all small businesses fail within the first 3 to 5 years?
Yes. Probably
first
more.
3 to 5 years. It's an unbelievably astronomical number. And I guarantee you probably 90
is probably
95%. Yeah.
Yeah, way higher than that.
So
let me see. Brother New Growth says a lot of it can be starting business on solo shoestring budgets. That's another thing I want to address, Brother New Growth. We don't have a partnership mentality. We want the whole bag. Yeah. Okay. See, so what happens is, Rico, we start a business, right?
Hello.
We'll start a business. Let me. I muted you, Rico. I had to mute you, brother. All right. So we start these businesses on these shoestring budgets, right? And we will start them anywhere. We'll start them someplace where, well, let's say we start a fish market, and we start a fish market in a spot where there's no parking, and people can't come up to. We don't think about all of these different things when we're trying to find a location, because we're so quick to like, yeah, let's open up a business. I'm just gonna do it. God is with me. You know what I'm saying? Well, we got to think about these things, man, because white people consider, oh, do I have enough parking for the kind of money that I want to make? Okay, I need enough parking. I need this. I need they need different stuff. You know, how's the traffic flow? What's going on here? What's going on? What kind of people are hanging out? What's going on? So they consider a lot of the stuff that we don't consider.
Real life example, right? Me and my wife, remember I told you she gave me the evil eye, so I had to take her to dinner the other day, right?
Yeah, man.
So her friend, they have a Mexican restaurant. They're not Mexican, they're Hispanic, they're Salvadoran, but they have, I think it's a Mexican themed restaurant. I'm pretty sure it is. So, and they've been open for, I think they opened in 2019, so going on 4 years. And she was telling us when we were there the other night that they're on their last ditch effort because they're about to lose the restaurant, lose the money, man. Everything. It's a restaurant. Man. But I had been telling my wife for the last couple of years, I was like, I don't know how Kathy and them going to stay in business because they never sold alcohol. They got a beautiful bar in the restaurant.
Oh.
Beautiful bar in the restaurant. Never sold alcohol. Why? Because of her mother Christian beliefs.
Oh, yeah, man.
They were playing Christian. And I was like, and she finally told us, she was like, Rico, we're going to do a grand reopening. I apply for a liquor license. I was like, oh, shit, they playing some nice Spanish music in here. Because it wasn't that church shit no more, right? My wife was like, come on, let's go support their business. I was like, all right, whatever. But the food was always good. The food was good. But I told my wife, I would always like, I don't want to go there. She's like, why not? I'm like, because you can't have nothing to drink. They ain't got no drink. We went there one time. They tried some non-alcoholic beer. I was like, I don't want this shit. So finally she was like, I had to tell my mother. I said, yeah, because y'all about to lose all of your life savings because she didn't want to run it like a business. They're right next to, in Montgomery County where I live, the county owns the liquor stores. I'm like, y'all are right next to a liquor store. So mama's coming here to drink all the time. You got this beautiful bar that y'all refuse to sell any liquor. And I said, do you understand that liquor sales is probably anywhere from half to 60% of a restaurant's profit is off of alcohol, upsell on alcohol. The food makes you some money, but the liquor makes you most of your money. Same thing with bars and clubs. They ain't making no damn money off the food. They're not even making money off the door. They're making their money off the bar.
Yeah.
The bar makes you your money. And I was like, yeah, don't start out with a bartender. I say, start out with 1 or 2 keg type beer. Do your fucking Modelo, your Corona, and a Budweiser. Start off with just some sangria wine for the ladies and start with that. And people will start to come do some happy hour specials. And then eventually when you start getting a regular crowd, you can incorporate somebody to come in and start with just making real drinks, rum and coke, gin and tonic, you know what I'm saying? Scotch and water, basic shit like, okay, 2 scotch, water. I said, and all of a sudden you will start to turn a profit because she said the previous year she took out a loan. The year she's on now, they're running off credit cards. And she's like, we about to close the doors. I said, Kathy, I said, you got to get, I said, if you open up with the alcohol, I'll come in here with a crew of 10, 15 people and we'll drain the bar. But, you know, you will start to see your crowd change because the food is good. The food is very good, very affordable.
But you made a good point. You make a good point, Rico. Is a lot of times, you know, I know you're relating to the Latino business, but in the Black community,
I just picked that business because it just made they're about to go out of business.
Yeah, but
because of the stupid reason, because of an emotional reason,
exactly,
of not do something.
Exactly. So we try to make it. You know, we try to make these in business. You can't make a stand like that because you never know how you're gonna have to move. In business, you can't make a stand like that because you never know what's gonna happen. Where you might have to open that bar. You may have to, you know what I mean. You may have to have different things going on. So, but in a with Black business owners, a lot of time we take these stands. For example, shout out to What Now 23. Good to see you, brother. All right, so for example, we got Black content creators on YouTube, and we have a spectrum of Black content creators, right? Some of the content creators say straight out, I'm here to get paid.
Yep.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here to get paid. Then we have some content creators like you, me, and myself. If we get paid, cool. But if we not, that ain't the number one reason why we're here. We're here to try to at least give some information out, give our perspective out. Hopefully we can help some people, right? But it ain't the number one thing. We ain't like like the brother came to us and said, hey, I don't want to get your channel demonetized. Guys, I say, brother, we not monetized.
Right.
You can't get demonetized.
And I'm glad you brought that up because again, like you said, I'm gonna go back to my narrative about customer service, right?
Right.
Which is why we said at the beginning of the stream that we were going to start cleaning up how we let the chat run and the panels run and not letting people be too crazy over here anymore and so on and so forth like that. Because the very same thing is that you know, as the gentleman described to me and said, we're a business, then we need to do a better job of customer service ourselves, me and you.
Right.
So if the customers, which on YouTube, that's your subscribers, they're coming in here and they're buying our product, listening to the shit that comes out our head, and they're paying us with their time and attention.
Correct.
So if we're not pleasing them or making this space pleasing to them, we need to I can't go, what are we going to do with that my kind of way, whatever, blah, 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 blah. No, I can't do that. If that's what, you know, if the subscribers or the or and I don't mean we can't cater to every single individual subscriber, but we try to the majority of them, and that's what we say. We seek and we're soliciting advice, recommendations, ideas, and we'll see what we can do, what we can support, and what we can't support. But the fact of the matter is, you do have a lot of content creators that flat out they will tell you, but for the almighty dollar, they don't give a damn what you think.
Yeah.
They don't care about the customer service. They just care about the almighty dollar. But the reason why, like I said, this topic and this content came up was because we also knew that from what I know and I've been seeing as a fact is the Black YouTube space is starting to bleed subscribers. And they're not being replaced by anyone else. They're just leaving this space. They're going to look. Remember how you said they won't shop at the Black stores? They're going to stop frequenting the Black spaces. And guess where they're going? They're going right over to the white spaces where all this shit don't exist.
Say it out loud. Okay.
Same thing. See, this same principle is brick and mortar, digitally. It's the same thing, people. It's the same thing. We doing the same old. You see all the stuff, and I remember I told you, I said you got the shit going on in the manosphere. You got shit going on in the divestor community. You got all of this niche Black spaces is just becoming so polluted with toxicity that the subs they're not even saying, look, I don't even want to open a channel because it's gonna be the same shit. I had the same people coming over to my channel if I stay in that space. I'm gonna go over here to the white content creators where they don't do that, and I'll just talk about relationships over there rather than talking about relationships in the Black community where all the hell they want to do is fight. I'll just go over to the white community and I can at least have the relationship conversation, even if it's
shout out to Brother Rorschach.
Shout out to you, Brother Rorschach. So that's what I'm trying to say is that we do enough things as the business owner, in this case, content creator, or the customer, this case, subs, to hurt ourselves the same way we do in brick and mortar in real life.
Let me put it out there again, Rico.
Yeah.
Put it out there again, because it's the same, like you said, it's the same situation. If I'm a Black content creator, a white content creator, white people will go to them, Asians will go to them, Latinos will go to them, and Blacks will go to them.
Yep.
Black content creators, typically, it's going to be Blacks and Marcus.
But look. But here's the crazy part about it, right, Clarence? Right. Here's the crazy part about it. And I'm going to blame you for it, too, because you put it in the name of the business. Damn. You made this a Black business instead of just a business.
Damn.
It should be let's live the better life. Take that goddamn Black out of it. They know what you is. There might be some white kids out there that want to hear from us. But no, they said it's Black.
I know in the name they think they can't go.
Marcus just don't listen. Marcus just don't listen.
No. I know that's in the name, but the reason why I named it that way is because that's the first level that I want to start at. Everybody's welcome. Right. You see, we got Don Frank, we got Karscar, we got Hawkeye. We got white people up in here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, but that is still a narrative that we still are doing to ourselves in 2022. If the business don't niche us, we create ourselves in a niche market rather than say, hey, shit, I want all the money. You don't see when Bezos started Amazon in his garage, it's like, I want everybody fucking money. So when him and his wife is in the garage, they didn't say, I bet you some of their first customers were Black. They didn't give a damn who spent it. They wanted it all.
Right. And so I agree with you. If you want to have a bigger audience, don't do stuff like that, because I don't believe white people are, I believe what the average white person would say, oh, that's just for Black people. I'm not welcome. Just because the word Black is in the title, they will feel like, oh, I'm not welcome there, so I'm not going to go there. And you're right. That is the issue with us, with our businesses. Just like by proximity, they feel like, hey, I'm not welcome in the hood. I'm not gonna go to the hood and spend my money in a black business because I'm not welcome there. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to even get other people to go there. But my main focus is black people using black businesses. If we can just get black people to use black businesses, we can at least start producing the kind of results we want. Because we say we want some of these laws to change. Mm-hmm. You are not going to. The only way laws change in America is with political action committees. And you have to have money to do that. You have to have industries that can put money into these PACs that they can go and lobby for what you want. Because they can. Right now, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, Rico. Right now, remember you said, hey, I stopped smoking 10, 15 years ago, right? Yeah. Okay. Smoking is the only thing that is, you have a 90-something% it's 90% you're going to have a complication later in life. 90%. It's 90%. The only thing that's 100% is cosmetic surgery. Cosmetic surgery is 100% you're going to have some complications later, right? Statistically speaking. Okay, so as far as but they're smoking because they have so much money to throw at the lobbyists and they actually have it as it's illegal. More people die from cigarettes and alcohol every year than any other thing, but it's legal. Why? Because they got the money to put behind the political action committee, to put behind the lobbyists to go to the government and lobby for it. Remember when they had them all on the remember when was it in the 80s or the 90s? I think it was in the 90s when they had all the smoking conglomerates up on the up against Congress, and they said,
when the lawsuit hit, that was
okay, and they asked them all
90s.
Hey, is smoking detrimental to? I don't think so.
It was the 90s or early, probably 90s. Yeah,
I think it was the 90s, and all of those CEOs of those smoking companies was like, oh no, I don't think it's, I don't believe that study. I don't believe it.
Yeah, what busted open was when they found the evidence that the scientists knew that nicotine was addictive. And they were lying about it. And that's how all those states got that lawsuit and sued them for billions of dollars, because they was like, you knew that the nicotine in cigarettes was making people become more and more addicted. So the people who were dying from it, basically it was like they couldn't quit if they wanted to, because you put the very thing in there that got them hooked. And you knew it. And they kept saying they didn't know. And then a whistleblower said, no, they've known this shit for 20 years. And they were finding ways in the menthol cigarettes to make it even more addictive.
Yeah, and I had a friend that I was working with when I worked at the county. She used to work at a cigarette plant, and she said that you know who was the biggest consumer of their nicotine besides the cigarette people? The biggest consumer was the rat poison company. They were using it in rat poison.
Well,
I don't know if it's a nicotine. Well, I don't know if it's a nicotine or some other ingredient that's in cigarettes. They were using it in rat
poison. I think it was the nicotine.
It might have been there, but she used to work there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So my point is, they got money to have something that they know is hurting the people.
Yeah.
The FDA has let this be out there.
And what they were doing was, because they knew they were going to kill their customer base, the older people, more and more, they started targeting younger people to get them hooked at an earlier age. That's why Camel, Joe Camel for Camel cigarette. And they wouldn't stop. They said stop advertising on the weekends during the cartoon hours and certain magazines and all, because the cigarette companies knew all this. That's a business. That's a business with bodies. And at one point, the cigarette companies were the biggest businesses in America.
Yeah.
Because we had something like, if you go back to the 60s and 70s, probably 75% of America smoked. Men and women.
Yeah.
Men and women.
Everybody smoked.
Everybody
drank and smoked. Everybody drank and smoked.
Can you imagine that market? You got a market that's set. And it really came down at that point. you had maybe 3 or 4 major cigarette companies, RJR Reynolds, and you know, 1 or 2 other ones.
Marlboro.
You know, but they were all, you know, the company was RJR Reynolds, and they sold all these different brands of cigarettes all over the country. But it's one company. And then it was like 4 major companies, and they sued all of, and they paid the state something like $200 billion. And they're still in business. So you can imagine the money they were making if they paid out $200 billion and they're still making money.
And you know, I mean, because they check this out, Rico. They have cigarettes all over the world. So
I
that's
say, you know, when they lost the American market, you know where they went to? China and India.
In the Middle East,
And India. Definitely. India, I believe right now is the biggest smoking market in the world. So even though they have their cigarettes, getting American cigarettes is like an upscale.
Wow.
So they still produce it here. They just shipping it overseas. We export cigarettes like a mofo.
Well, my point bringing up the cigarette companies was if we want to change laws, because the cigarette companies change the law, they may have it so that even though this is a proven carcinogen, they still can sell it legally in the U.S. And I'm saying that that's how we would have to change the laws. But the first thing we have to do is support Black businesses more. That some of us do and some of us don't. But the great bulk of us don't. Why? Because there's a couple of different reasons. I'm not saying it's the only reason why, but a couple of different reasons why. We just put more faith in white businesses, right? And like you said, we go behind the customer service, right? When we go into Gucci, they're supposed to bring us the bottle of water, or they're supposed to, you know, rub our feet or whatever they do in the Gucci store. I've never been in there, but whatever they do to the customers in there to try to make the customer feel experience like this beautiful, opulent type of situation, as opposed to when you go into Brother Reggie's jacket store, and they bumping the rap music real loud, and the homies are standing out front smoking, and you got to get past all that just to get into the place, right? Then when you get in there, nobody's gonna help you, right? So it's a tough situation, man, that we have to try to get around, but we got to commit. Unfortunately, we have to commit. Now, here's the problem. Sometimes Black business people will not respect the fact that you have a choice and you could go somewhere else, and they may mistreat you in the store. How do we handle that situation, Rico?
But that's why I said it's a double edge. You have, again, I still think it is always incumbent on the business owner. You know, there's a basic principle, and it's as simplistic as saying the customer's always right. Even when the white businesses say it, they don't believe that, but they'll tell you that, even if they don't believe it and they don't honor it. Because you know what? It leaves you with a sense of feeling important. I'm here to spend my money, so I feel like I'm somebody.
Right.
If you as a business can't even commit to that, we're not saying you got to do it. You can't even make the statement every day as an affirmation to the people who come through your doors to frequent your business that the customer's always right. You can't even make them fucking feel good. Come on. Because when I go into the white businesses, I'm not always right. But when I walk through the door, there's an affirmation that I believe that the customer's always right.
Right.
So when there's a problem with this, we'll give you 10% off. And that's a huge part of it, because customer service means, plain and simple, what makes a business viable and survivable, Clarence? What's the basic thing that makes any and all businesses viable and survivable?
The basic thing that makes any business viable and survivable. You got repeat business, I guess.
Thank you. There you go. Repeat business. Because nothing can survive if everybody use it one time and they done. Right. Then I got to close up door. Repeat business. There it is. God damn it. Right. Give that man the gold star. Repeat business. And that's what customer service is. It is send Clarence Black ass out the door with a smile on his face, so he will come back.
Right.
I want him to come back every time. This is a hardware store. Every time he think of a nail, a hammer, a screwdriver, a saw, a piece of lumber, he's gonna come to Rico's hardware store because I send that motherfucker skipping out the door happy with his stuff. It's customer service. If I send you out there sour face and twisted once, I ain't never coming back, and I'm gonna tell everybody else not to come back.
Okay,
I want you so happy that you guaranteed to come back, and you're sending a lot of business, a lot of new business is what, Clarence? Word of mouth.
Yeah.
Customer service. Everything keeps coming back to
here's the issue.
Service.
Here's another issue, Rico. A lot of black businesses think you supposed to do business with, like they feel like, hey,
but that's what I said.
I'm doing you a favor by offering
that's
you.
What I'm saying. but that's what I'm saying. As long as they have that mentality, then they're failing at the basic principle, customer service.
Correct.
As long as you fail at customer service, you will be a failed business.
Correct.
The white businesses know that. They have to. Then when them white customers go in, they do that. Because the ones that don't, they're soon out of business.
Correct.
The ones that do, they survive and they thrive.
Let me hit this one wrong.
So like I said, the product can be shit, but the service.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell a story after this. All right, so New Growth Soul says, Brother Clarence, do you think it's imperial for a business to serve a need of the people or exploit the people? I think that the business should serve a need. Yes, definitely. That's the first thing. Now, the question is, after they serve that need, are they going to exploit the people? That's the question, right? That's a lot of times we have a lot of issues with some of our agents and people that are in the black community who have businesses where we see them exploiting the people sometimes, serving food that's not good, giving poor customer service, but because they feel like black people don't have no other option, they just go ahead and keep doing it, and black people keep coming back. Black people come back. And this is the thing, if you put enough salt in something, black people will use your business. Black people will come back if you put enough salt in it. So that's unfortunate. They'll even put up with your poor customer service. They'll put up with your, with the health standards that's being poor. They'll put up with a lot of stuff if you put enough salt in the food for them. That's unfortunate. So they'll keep coming back. So what this does is reinforce to the Asians that black people will still put up with no matter what you say, or no matter how we don't have to treat them good. I remember one time going into an Asian spot, and not the mother or the father of the business, but the daughter. The daughter she had so much disgust for actually, like, she had to work there. Now, mind you, this business is the one that's putting her through college, but she has so much disgust and disdain for the customers coming through there. And I was just like, man, I'd never come back here again. And I didn't. I really didn't even use the business at that point. But my point is, that's how things are. Well, we will continue to use a business and when we continue to use businesses that treat us bad and have bad intentions for us, we just reinforce that to other business people. Now, the next thing you say is a lot of these content creators are not serving the people. No, they're not. But here's what they're doing, New Growth. They serve the people what they want, right? They serve them what they want, which is drama. If you make enough drama, the people gonna stop. Just like when you driving down the street in your car, or you driving down the highway in your car, and you see, man, you wonder, why is this going slow? What's going on? And then you see a crash on the other side of the divider. You're like, oh man, all these people going slow just to look over at that crash. But that's why they're slowing down, just to look at it, right? Your side of the freeway is smooth, other than the people slowing down looking at that. but that's the point. Most people want to see a train wreck. They want to see a crash. Okay, let me tell y'all a story about customer service. I told the story before. I bought a used Nissan van back in the day, maybe about 10 years ago. I had bought a used van, right? And it only had about like 20,000 miles on it. It was in real nice condition. So we got it home, and my wife said, "You see that smoke? There's smoke coming out of it, out of the tailpipe." And I said, "Oh, okay." And then I said, "Well, maybe it'll stop in the morning." We did in the morning. It kept going. Every time we started it, so we brought it back to them and said, "Hey, something's wrong with the engine." They said, "Oh no, there's nothing wrong with the engine. Everything's fine." So we took it back home, and it still kept doing that. So I said, "Hey man, there's something's wrong." And then my wife said, "Yeah, you need to call them and let them know." So I kept calling the dealer and said, "Hey man, this is still wrong." Well, they said we can't do nothing about it. I said, "Okay." I said, so I started calling Nissan, the district office, then called the national office. And so I started emailing and calling them. After about maybe 6 or 7 emails and calls, the head guy from the engine department in California came down to where was that, in Gardena or Carson, one of the places, and they came down to give us a brand new engine. They put a brand new engine in this car for free. The car was already in good condition, but it was a brand new car, brand new engine in this car for free, right? They basically gave us a brand new car. But why'd they do that? Now, what do you think happened? Brother Clarence bought his next 3 cars from Nissan, right? See, they made that money back off of me because of their customer service. This dude flew all the way down. He said, "Man, my office is in Sacramento, but I came down here to make sure they did this right. You got a brand new engine in here, Mr. Williams." Well, that's my government name. But anyway, you got a brand new engine in here. Brand new engine in here. So therefore I was like, okay, well, cool. And so what did I do? The next, I think I bought every other car from them. Bought a couple other cars from a couple other places, but most of my cars come from Nissan. But that's the customer service there. Anyway, I wanted to tell that story so that you guys can see that customer service pays off. It definitely pays off.
Everything. It means everything.
Brother Delman says anti-black business owners tend to treat black people all right. Anti-black business owners tend to treat people. You mean non-black business owners, I think.
No, I mean even anti, meaning that even if they don't like your ass, they'll swallow that shit to get your money.
Okay, I agree with
you
that.
know what I'm saying? And I've seen that to agree, where I've seen business on like, I know they don't like black people. How you doing, Mr.
man?
Young?
I mean, I'm telling you, man. When I went into that one store, the people said, "Hey, the little girl, the daughter, she was like, she didn't even want." She wouldn't have nothing to do with me, man. but I was like, man, wow. And black people still go into this business. It's crazy. The disrespect tends to be more common in the most destitute environments where the people have very aggravating social habits. That makes sense. Brother Daniel says, "I'm a business owner 40 years plus, and a customer is not always right. In fact, business owner has the right also not to serve you." I see what you're saying, Brother D, but what we're saying as far as black people using black business.
But Mr. Daniel, what I'm sitting there saying is this. I can agree with that statement 100%. Hell, I could go far and say the customer's never right. Rarely is the customer right. But the customer needs to feel as if they're right because the customer is paying. The business owner is not. The business owner is providing a service or a product for profit.
Yeah.
So there's no way that the business owner gets to walk out. What the business owner, as long as the business owner is sitting there and earning a profit, the customer feelings has to outweigh the business owner. Because if I come to you and I buy a product from you that you paid $20 for, and you sell it to me for $40, well, you $40 on the plus. The least I can do is be made to feel better. Now, if you're going to sit there and make me feel less than you, fuck you and your product. You know what I'm saying? So what we're talking about is the dynamic basic business, and I don't, you know, I don't know what you do, and if that served you well, continue on with it.
Do everything, bro.
But basic business principles teaches you that you're there to serve your customer for their needs. It's the needs of the customer, not the business. And as a business owner, when you go to purchase or get a service for somebody else, I'm pretty sure you don't let them dictate to you your needs.
Right.
You know, when I go to a business, like, motherfucker, I don't need you to tell me what I need. I'm telling you what I want. Yeah. And either you do it or you don't.
Yeah, and I'm out. If you don't, I'm out.
I mean, especially if I'm spending my money, I'm sorry. There's no way we can do that any other kind of way. But that is not to say in any way that all of a sudden that business owners are less than people as well. Because we even talked about it in particular with Black businesses, where too often times our clientele want to come in and want something for nothing, or always want to hook up or something of that degree. And I get that, but the basic premise, the customer's always right. That premise has been around for 100+ years, and it serves most businesses well.
That mentality has a big part to do with the gap that you showed us.
And I'm glad Mr. Bryant brought that up, because I hope you're talking about, I believe, the gentleman who did the restaurant, the nice restaurant in Texas somewhere, I believe maybe Dallas, and them gals was twerking up in the table of the restaurant. First and foremost, you know, Uncle Rico said they need foots in their ass. That's but you know, that's again where you see we run into that problem where it's kind of weird, you know, because that's never acceptable under any circumstance. I don't care where you at. That's just flat out dead ass wrong. But you know, it's almost like when we put our business, and I get it, it's a double-edged sword. It's like, well, almost like, well, when you put your business in the hood, you're gonna get hood behavior. But then you also are trying to put businesses in the hood to encourage the growth of jobs and nice things. Because I know when I lived in the hood, I would have loved to have a nice place to be able to take my kids to eat and stuff like that. Didn't have a car, so on and so forth. So I do believe we should have some nice places in, you know, underserved areas and neighborhoods where, you know, they're not the highest on the socioeconomic scale on the ladder. But it's just a risk where, yeah, you're gonna get that. And I mean, other than just be very vigilant about, you open a restaurant or a club, make a fucking dress code. Don't play that type of music that's gonna be conducive to that. Put some smooth jazz on and see if they can twerk the smooth jazz. You know, I would not open a restaurant or a club in a predominantly Black neighborhood, low social, unless it's high scale, because we have some here in Prince George's County. The county next door with me is the most affluent Black county in all of America that's predominantly Black. So you can do it there. But if I'm gonna put it in, you know, some of the hood areas of DC, I'm not playing no fucking hip hop. I know what I'm encouraging.
Shout out to Sister Glenda.
You know, I'm not going to encourage that and have that, you know. So if in fact that's what you do, and I can't remember, Brother Vaughn, you can let me know. I think that was the restaurant in Dallas, and he did $1 million, and the young lady. But I think people kind of pushed back on him because they was like, he played this song that's very popular to make people start twerking. So I'm like, well, what the fuck you playing twerk music for? You playing twerking music and you upset that they twerking standing up on the chair. Stop playing twerking music. So that was kind of a double-edged sword there. But yeah, I don't think they should have did it anyway. I'd have kicked my daughter or my wife's ass for doing it. But if that's what they did, then, you know, there's no excuse for them doing it. But he shouldn't have been playing twerk music.
All right, let's look at it, Rico. let's see how you would handle this. Let's see how you would handle it. Let me bring it up because let's see. I forgot about this little incident right here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, let's go. Okay.
Money into buying this building, into developing this concept, so Black people can have somewhere nice to go to. Okay?
Make it bigger, Clarence. If you can. The video.
One.
Let me get to it.
My name's Tam, and this is another.
Come on, stop the music, please. Somewhere where our people can feel good about ourselves as a culture, okay? Yeah. No, real talk. And so all this twerking and shit, take it to Prime, take it to Pink, don't bring it here because we're a restaurant. And so beyond that, 75% of my customers are ladies. And I'm on men to show respect for themselves for how they carry themselves here. So how can I tell the men to respect themselves and you guys are twerking on glass here? If you want to do it, get the fuck out my restaurant. Because I did it for our people and I did it for our culture. So don't do it now. Don't do it again. I don't want to hear it. If you don't like it, get out because I don't need your money. I need.
Okay, Rico.
Yep.
He said basically, get out of the restaurant, right? Mm-hmm. If you want to do all that twerking and all of that, get out of the restaurant. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I wouldn't have said it the way he said it, but I don't know why he didn't just sit there and just comp them their meal and just tell them they have to leave, period.
Okay.
I would just sit there and said, that's okay. Your meal's comp. You can't finish. You don't have to pay. You have to leave. Because, they have, that's the standard American business law. We have the right to refuse service to anyone. Just refuse them service and let them go. But instead, he went on this whole...
The best thing would have been to comp the meal.
Right. He went on this. Yeah, I wouldn't have cared about it. Like you said, I don't need your money, whatever. I wouldn't have been playing no damn twerking music. And then it would have just been like, okay, you guys got to go. Okay?
Right.
You don't owe me anything. It's a wrap. You got to leave. Let's go. Yeah, he was grandstanding. So that's why I don't understand why he went on this virtuous speech about what I'm trying to do for the neighborhood. No, nigga, you trying to make money.
Of course.
So that whole, I'm trying to get over something. No, nigga, you trying to make money.
Of course.
You ain't giving away food. There's not no volunteer endeavor. Nigga, you trying to make money.
Right.
You have a for-profit business. I get that. Don't come I wanted to put something. No, because when white businesses come into the poor Black neighborhood to make money.
Right.
Okay, to make money.
Okay.
They open them businesses there to make money. Only when they feel like they're taking a loss do they stop. But if they can make money off of poor people, they will put their damn businesses there, and they're not going to go, well, we decided that this neighborhood, no, it's to make money, to make a profit, and that is fine. He should have just told them, thank you, have a nice day. But and I don't know how the business is doing, if it's still, because I think it took a hit for a while.
Yeah,
you had all that controversy around your business, so I know it had to affect revenues at least for a while.
This is right around the pandemic too, brother. So I don't know, man. But let's see what happens.
I need to provide something for my people, and don't do it again. Thank you.
So I'm not gonna go over my.
I don't want to listen to her. So let's.
It don't look that damn nice, but look okay.
Okay. Is that really bad, Rico?
Nah. Keep going. I thought somebody said they were standing up, leaning against, standing on a chair.
Yeah, maybe it got
stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. I guess that maybe they was having a birthday party or something.
I don't think so.
No.
All right. So I've seen a lot of people on the social media, I'm gonna call it the social media, actually saying that this restaurant owner has literally killed his restaurant. I don't think so. obviously I'm a Black woman and I like nice things and I like to go to nice places. And this is actually a nice place. If you guys haven't visited True Kitchen, forget the viral video. You should go. Like, especially if you like Southern cuisine, nice alcohol, nice drinks, go to this restaurant.
But the competition is still too
big.
stiff.
Don't know what ambiance means. Go Google it.
What you say, Rico?
The competition is still too stiff because the very thing, if that's in Dallas, Texas, or wherever, I'm pretty sure they have several true kitchens or true restaurants. So,
but the point is, does he, as a restaurant owner, see? Because a lot of times in the Black community, if the place won't let us act a fool in there, then they're not keeping it real, right? They're not keeping it real. They're not down for the cause, right?
The hell with them.
So we have to let them. If we want our business to do well, we have to understand that.
No, you don't. That's not even a conversation. Stop with the devil's advocate bullshit. No, you do not.
We do not have to, okay, so if we do not have to understand it, see, it's very complex. And
it ain't that complex.
Brother Rorschach had a good point here. The problem with Black people is that we have so many issues, it's hard to unpack them. Isolation. Every problem solution ends up being a catch-22 or a paradox. A lot of times that's the truth, because we want to do good. We want to do business with our people, but at the same time, we don't want certain things to occur that will make the business be a bad place and promote bad codes of conduct, right? So it's hard.
So you just don't have to condone or play into those behaviors. Like, for example, when I reached a certain age, I stopped going to, like, even like here, like nightclubs are also notorious. I don't like going to nightclubs where I have to go through a pat down. I won't go to a nightclub because that automatically tells me that's a place I don't want to be.
Oh, okay.
That's typically a place that has had trouble in the past.
Okay.
So for some reason, they feel the need to pat down all their patrons before they come into their establishment. I don't like going into places where I got to go through a metal detector. Those are spaces I don't want to be in.
Okay. Do you think, Rico, there are churches out here, for example, I'm sure you have to go through a security clearance, a security check at Creflo Dollar's church.
I ain't. I'm not.
Not you personally, but I'm saying as a person going through there, you have to.
But I certainly wouldn't attend. I wouldn't attend a house of worship anywhere that I had to go through those measures. I'm not going to spaces. I hate going into government buildings that I have to go through, but I accept that that's what I have to do. And that's usually for the protection of the select few government people. I don't necessarily feel unsafe in there as someone coming to a government office. But going into a club and we getting the pat down, I'm like, oh, hell, they're not trying to protect the club owner. They just know fools in here be strapped, shooting each other and stabbing each other. So, and generally places like that, when they institute, because I go to a lot of clubs that you don't have to go through it, because they don't institute that because they don't have problems like that. Those are reserved. Even in LA, there are clubs you can go to that you don't go through a pat down, no metal detector. Then there are many that you will. So what does that tell you? Like, why to this club we never have it, and this club you always got it? Because this club has always had that environment and those troubles. And it doesn't mean that the place that you didn't get pat down won't ever have it, but it means it's less likely, Okay. So things like the neighborhood and how much of a police presence and things like that discourage that behavior. They don't allow. They may have a dress code where they're like no boots and no jeans and shit. So when you have a certain dress code, you eliminate a good portion of trouble because these niggas don't own slacks.
Agreed. Right. Agreed.
Put a dress code in. Collared shirt and a jacket or some shit. I ain't gonna say a jacket, but a collared shirt, no boots, no hats, no hoodies, boom, boom, boom. You eliminate a good chunk a problem just with a dress code.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But a lot of times they don't, because sometimes the business is greedy for every dollar. So they even want that thug money. Well, if you want that thug money, you take them thug chances.
A lot of them are simps. A lot of them are simps. So yeah,
right. They want that thug money. Then you take those thug headaches. You know the headaches that come with that. Don't tell me you don't. So you got a club full of dudes with the hats on backwards, hoodie, boots, jeans. There's gonna be some shit that's gonna pop off.
Yeah.
That's just what they do. That's what they came out to the club to fight.
Yeah.
They came out to the club looking for the buster.
To turn up.
Yes.
Yeah.
So come on.
Well, see, here's the thing, Rico. How do we get the so we talked about the disparity between the black businesses. You gave us the numbers.
Yep.
How are we going to get black people to understand that before you get politically powerful, you have to have a business you have to have a business community that's powerful. Yes. That's first. So in order to have a business community that's powerful, you have to have you have to have a good relationship between the customers and the business owners. Mm-hmm. How are we going to build that relationship, brother? How do we do that?
That's hard. Yeah. I mean, it starts with the space of, I'll say we need more young people, and I don't mean like 19 or 20 or nothing like that. We need more young people to develop more of a business mindset. And it's funny because I can remember growing up, and I remember black people really having more of a business mindset. We conceded a lot of the damn near all of the skilled labor business mindset. We've conceded all that over to the Latino community.
Correct.
Because let's understand this, 25, 30, 40 years ago, all the lawn care companies, not all of them, but the majority of them we had a big presence.
Black on. Yeah, they were black.
We had a huge presence in that. The Latinos didn't take it. We abandoned this shit. They ain't giving it back.
No, I don't. I believe that, Rico. I think what happened was they were just able to charge cheaper prices on the labor.
Well, that's fine too. Yeah, but you know what? Shit, we could have hired them. The business owners could have hired them.
But they smart, Rico. Why would they? If they can do the business themselves, they can do the computations themselves. Why are they going to work for you when they're actually the one that's going to do the job?
You could get that pipeline coming in just like them damn chicken plants and everybody else get that pipeline. Just keep bringing them in fresh and keep putting them to work.
What I'm saying is,
you could have did the same thing.
In that industry, Rico, there has to be a middleman that actually sells the chicken.
But then else. Here, right. You would have to work that relationship. But then
I'm saying with the reason why they could take over a lot of our service businesses is because they could charge cheaper prices on the labor.
Yes, they could. But the bottom line is, I will tell you. And I'm going to tell you, we abandoned that business just like we abandoned a shitload of brick and mortar businesses that the Latinos didn't take, that we conceded to the Asians.
Right, because they came in with buckets of money, Rico.
No, but it doesn't matter that it came with the buckets of money. We had already had the businesses. They were black owned.
But I'm saying, the people that sold their businesses said, how am I going to turn down $2 million, $3 million, $5 million, $10 million? How am I going to turn that down?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Huh? If you continue to want that, because again, like you said, we owned all those bodegas, all these corner stores. DC was full of black-owned businesses.
Same thing out here in
LA. They're all gone.
They're all
gone. They sold them all.
That's the same thing.
And the crazy part about it is, whatever they got, whatever coin they got, it's gone. Right. So they should have held on to the fucking business. The business being an asset that would have left forever for coin that we burnt through.
But see, here's the point, Rico.
They didn't take. Here's the thing, and they didn't take the $2-3 million and this is what a white man will do. If I sell you my business for an inflated price, what do they do with the money? They reinvest it in another business.
Right. That's what Mark
we
Cuban
didn't.
Did. Yeah.
We went out and you know what we reinvested in? House, cars, clothes, and other expendable shit. You know, expendable shit. That's what we did. Party, liquor, turn up, trip.
I'm a rich nigga.
Yeah. That's what we did. I'm just telling you, it just did. It just really did. So it just happened, you know.
Okay. So Rico, but a lot of us now we gotta give it to us. A lot of us never see like white.
That's true too, new bro. Right? We fell into the everybody need to go to college to be a success.
Okay.
Rather than go to work for somebody else and make somebody else's business richer.
But why did we fall into? See, I'm trying to show the pathology of why we did this is because we look at it and we say, hey, if I open up a business, I got a higher chance of failing than any other. Black business people have the highest.
But they were already in business. And a lot of these
Rico, I'm talking about after they took the money.
20 and 30 years.
After they took the money, you cannot come in like right now. There's a fish market right across the street from me right now. There's a fish market right across. There's no way I could compete with them. If I was trying to open up a fish market right now, there's no way I could compete with them. Why? Because the Asians have they have a network where they get their fish from, and they would not sell it to me at the price they're selling it to them. They would to keep me out of the market. That's business. Business is warfare, and I understand that. That is not an issue with me. I understand. That's them trying to keep a handle on their business model that's working for them. That's why they putting us out of business. Now, the black business people say, well, I can't even compete with them if I open up. Same thing in the hair care products. I gotta go to the person that's trying to keep me out of the business for business. I gotta go to them for products. Are they gonna sell them to me like they sell them? The Asians can buy them in bulk. They buy them in hundreds of millions of units, and then they can spruce them off to each other through the network. Whereas me coming in, they're gonna charge me a higher price because I'm only buying a certain amount, right?
Yeah.
I'm not in the clique, basically. So that's the point. So that now our people say, well, since I can't make it opening up a business in my own community, what's left? The government, a piece of paper, a government job, or working for somebody else. Maybe I can get it that way. So that's a lot of, see, it's not just our people we just ran off the reservation. No, all of these things are happening. And that's what we got to consider and factor in so that we can address some of those things. And maybe we can start. See, the main thing is we got to build the relationship between the black customer and the black business owner. Not to say we won't shop anywhere else, but we spend probably 80 to 90% of our money outside of our community, right?
Yes.
How come we can't spend at least 30% of if we just spent 30% of our money, we would make the black businesses would thrive if we just spent 30% of our money in the black community. But we won't even do that. Why? Because I'm not gonna make no another nigga rich, right?
Yeah.
The jealousy and envy between us stops us and pretty much paralyzes us from being able to work together to try to get somewhere. And then we go to the fail-safe. The white man is the problem. The white man has created a lot of issues for us. I will agree with that. I will say that. But in this day and age, we got the opportunity and the intelligence to be able to overcome a lot of this stuff if we work together. Problem is we won't work together. Our jealousy and envy will stop us from being able to work together. Now, I'm putting it all on Rico. Rico, you got to fix this problem. Rico, you got to fix this problem. Rico, how do we get the black business people? How do we get the black customers to see that that if you really want to change things for the black community, because there's a lot of us that want change. We want our children to do better. We want our adults to do better. We want them to stop dying so much. Okay, so a lot of us want things to be better for us. But this is going to take political power. But political power is not you being mad. Political power is always backed by a business community. You cannot have a business. That's why the Jewish community is so small yet so powerful in politically, and same thing with the LGBT, the alphabet community. They're so small yet they're so powerful in the political climate because they have such a stranglehold on certain businesses, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so what are we going to do? How do we get that across to our the black community and say, if you want change, if you want these laws to change, then you have to have the discipline to go to black businesses, and you're gonna have to go to black businesses that are going to participate in these
We have to tell this to who?
To the black community, everybody in the black community. It has to start somewhere.
That they're gonna have to do what? You're gonna tell the black community they got to do what?
If you want these laws that you're complaining about to change, and you saying, oh, well, it's a lot of corruption or it's a lot of white supremacy or whatever, if you want those things to change, then you're going to have to get some political power. Right now, you don't have any political power. You're just a pawn on the board, right? You don't have no political power. What you need to do, so to have the real political power is when you can influence politicians to make laws that you want changed. We don't have that right now. We have to really literally do so much more than everyone else to make a law change. White people have an issue. They don't have to march in the street and they don't have to do all that. They get together, they put some money together, and then they start lobbying for what they want. With black people, what we don't do, we don't follow that program. We just try to make everybody understand our plight. And some people do, but a lot of them don't. And so there's contention is there, where we wouldn't have to worry about the contention if we had political power. If we had, but you don't have the political power without the business community backing that political power, where you have businesses that say, hey, we're not gonna mess with you, Donald Trump. If you're not doing this for us, we're not gonna mess with you. We're gonna cut you off out of the business climate. Now you got people, but it has to start on a local level. But now you got a situation where now the politicians have to listen to you, right? Remember Obama was in office and the lady said, Obama, I want you to make this law. And you know what he told her? He said, make me do it. You got to make me do it. What did he mean by you got to make me do it? He meant you got to put him in a position where he cannot say no. That's what white people do. They put you in a position where you can't say no. If you say no, you're going to make yourself look bad. So that's what we need to do. Now, the question is, how do we get black people to understand that we have to have this discipline? Because there's so many of our people out there that's saying, oh, man, niggas ain't gonna do nothing, man. And they ain't gonna do nothing, man. So and we got this class of people with the whole Jim Jones thing, where I only go to Gucci, I only go to Walmart, I only go to this, I only wear Nikes, I only do this, and there's no problem if you want to do that. But to only say you only gonna do that, I'm only gonna drive a car that that I have somebody else's name on it, and this has to be the situation. Or I'm only gonna go into this store because it got this white man's name on it. I'm only gonna wear these clothes because it's got this white man's name on it. Instead of saying, hey, I may have a couple of suits from the white man, but I got a couple of suits from the black man too. See, it's gonna take discipline for us to do what the Caucasian already has a discipline to do. He already does this culturally. He already does this. The Asian does this culturally already. They shop in their own community first. Black people, we the opposite. This Friday, tomorrow, when black people get paid, where's the first place they're gonna go? They're gonna go to the check cashing place, and they're gonna go to every other store that don't have a black owner. Right? How then are we going? Exactly. And those businesses. Now, if I go to that Asian fish market across the street that I'm talking to you about right now, if I go to that place, do you think that place is going to be sitting down trying to invest in a black political action committee to try to help us get anything done? No, right? The only thing they did, I got to give them credit, the agents that they did. They made it in California. You can use an EBT card in the fish market, in the chicken shack. You can use
they
it.
want everybody money.
That's my point. But they got together and they did it. They pushed it, even though the government said, "Hey, you can only buy goods from the store. You can only buy perishables and stuff out of the supermarket."
They did whatever the hell they had to do to make their right.
Hey, they fought for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, how come we can't do the same thing, Rico? How come we can't do the same thing? We got the same needs. And matter we got greater needs, right?
But we can do the same thing. It's not that we can't. We can. We can do the same thing. We can.
Hold on. Let me go through the chat, Rico. Brother Sim says, Brother C, name the stores that us black folks own in our community that helps us survive. There are none, brother Sim, that I can see. There are no black-owned stores, especially nationally owned. I just don't see them. I don't see them. If there's a black-owned store, it's typically a chain store. It's typically a chain store where it's a Ace Hardware or McDonald's, or it's typically a chain. It's not like a black family-owned store. I know one place down here in Watts, right across the street from Nickerson Gordon's. Right across the street from Nickerson Gordon's out there in Watts, right on the border of Watts and Compton. And it's called, what's the name of that burger place? Is it Harris Burger Place? I forgot the name of it, man. Good place. And they do a lot of different business over there. They do taxes. They have a grocery store. They have all that stuff. But it's a family-owned place, right? But you don't see a chain of them out there, right? It's just that one place, right? And because everybody runs across the street from the projects and goes there, their business is thriving. Even people from other areas, even white people go over there because just has been in business so long, right? But there ain't a lot of them out there. Brother Doberman says, black people do not have a community. Communities are built concentrically from the individual to the family to the network of families. We cannot even make a productive man to the woman. I wouldn't say we can't, Doberman. We are misguided. We are so misguided a lot of times. We're not looking to do to mate properly. We're looking to have casual sex. That is the truth, in my opinion. New Growth says, y'all remember the era when hip hop fashion lines damn near ran Tommy Polo out of business? I do. Back in the 90s, right? You know what they did? They got together and said, oversaturate the market, brilliant chess move. Well, here's another thing here. They were aligned with the artist of the day, right?
Yep.
So LL was wearing Troop, other people were wearing other different things.
Well, because that goes back to what you said earlier, bro, Clarence, is unfortunately our artists tend to quickly want to run out and sell out to these brand names that are the only time we also came close was when for a while, and look at how we fucked up with Fubu. Fubu was supposed to be a huge, they should be a huge market now, but then you got like that's a classic, like and Baby Fat and all that. That's like, come on, man.
But they got bought out, Rico.
Yeah, but that's just the whole fucking point. If you keep selling out,
tell me the truth. Rico, tell me the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You got Fubu, Baby Fat, Enise, all of that. I come to you with a check for $100 million. Are you gonna turn me down because of the people, because of your love for the people?
No, not because of my love for the people, but because of the fact that if you come to me with a check for $100 million, and I believe, okay, if it's worth $100 million, 9 times out of 10, when a man come to you with a check for your business is worth more than that check.
Of course.
What I'm saying is, if he give you $100 million check, he sees the potential for that business to be worth 150 or 200 million. And the question you have to ask yourself, do you have the cojones to do the same thing with your business that you built up until that point that man is intending to do, in case, don't sell your fucking business, turn it into a $200 million business. Not just for the people, just to build the business. I wouldn't give a damn. I wouldn't open a black-owned business. I'm going to open a business, and I just hope it's black-owned. But it's not a black business. I want everybody fucking money.
And that's the way we should look at it.
So when you get to that, it's like if everything we build, so we take everything like FUBU, baby, if we take everything from the ground, from the dirt, and we build a product, and then I give it to you, Clarence, Mr. White Man, and let you scale it up. Right. I built the product.
Right.
I should be able to scale it up myself. We got to get to the place where we're saying we're going to stop allowing people to scale up businesses that we built from the ground up. Okay. That we took out of the dirt, because we need more black-owned businesses.
Agreed.
So every time we take something out the dirt, that means the next 1,000 black businesses that we take from the dirt, from nothing, turn into something, all of them sell, we right back to where the fuck we are again.
Agreed. But I'm telling you, the average black person doesn't think like you.
No, because they get greedy. They get greedy.
They just don't, and then they don't know how to do this upscale. They don't really know how to scale it up like that. And so they say, hey, I can just take my money because I don't know really what I'm doing. I got lucky getting it up this far. So let me cash out now. And so that's what they do. They cash out a lot of times. Like Bob Johnson, they offer him $1 billion. They offer you $1 billion. The people said he was wrong for selling TV One and all. But I mean, come on, man. I mean, if somebody offer you, I mean not TV One, but
BET.
BET, yeah. So if somebody come to you offer, and same thing with her, they offer $300 million or something like that. I mean, somebody offer you a check like that, and you were sleeping in the lobby. You and your son sleeping in the lobby all them years. Kathy Hughes.
Yeah.
The one that was the lady that started TV One.
Right.
She was sleeping in the lobby. Her and her son was sleeping there.
But she wasn't sleeping in the lobby when she sold the motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying, Rico. She said, "Hey man, these people could probably they willing to do it. I'm tired. I don't want to do this no more."
Right. So but it has nothing to do with her. It's just they want the bag. They want to get the money.
There you go.
That's fine. And I'm not begrudging it, but I'm saying then you can't do that and then turn around after you sell your business, turn around and say, "Oh, we need more businesses." Like you just gave one away.
Yes.
And BET and TV One, the last time I checked, they're still thriving.
Well, they're owned by Viacom, so Viacom has more money than God to throw at them.
Right,
so
but I don't know we don't know if they're losing money or if Viacom turned around and made them profitable or not. We don't know. And the last time I checked, and the last time I checked, I don't think they were unprofitable. I don't know. Maybe they usually you sell. Now, if you're telling me all those businesses was failing or losing money, I understand that. But if they were not doing that, you don't have to sell a profitable business.
I think BET was losing money. Definitely.
Well, if they was, then maybe I understand that. But even in those cases, oftentimes we've seen people do what? Chapter 13 and they restructure and the business come back stronger.
But that's if the person wants to be in that person.
Right. So again, exactly.
If they don't want to stick with it,
then they don't care. Right.
Exactly. They just take the bag.
Which again, we go back to the original point. They just don't, they want the bag. We keep going back to the same thing.
But that's what I'm saying. So my point is, how do we get our people that if they give them a big bag, Rico, and what do we get them to say? No, don't sell your business. Don't sell your business. Don't take that big bag. I mean, when we have a black business owner that builds up his business where it's very profitable, man, and the white community looks at it and says, you know what, this is a nice business. I could make some money off of it. Okay, here's a bag, right? Here's a bag. How do we tell the black business owner, no, don't sell that, don't take that bag, stay in business? How do we do that?
Because the business is profitable. So you just tell them you don't need the bag. Get the bag in the long run. You don't. It just doesn't. It's a circular argument. I'm not saying anybody. If that's what you want to do, you do whatever you want.
Right.
But it's not a you have only one choice. You can choose to sell it. You can choose to keep it. It's not a singular choice. Now, if you decide, okay, it's not a singular choice. You know, you get sports teams that are owned, and people come and offer to buy the sports team, and the people say, no, we're gonna keep it in the family.
Right.
And then they keep it.
Right.
And they don't
but they
sell
have
it.
They have that forward thinking. I'm saying
Right.
that most
That's right. So
don't
that's
have that.
And
Most of us don't have it because we think in survival mode instead of generational wealth type of thinking.
Right.
Whereas they feel like they look at it like, hey, like the Queen of England, hey, this is generational wealth. I'm gonna pass this team down to my son, to my daughter, whatever, right? Whereas a black person be like, man, hey, I need to get this bag
I'm
now.
worried about me, right? Exactly.
I need to get this bag now. Now, so here's another question. Well, let me answer this. Brother Negro says, Brother C, but they couldn't offer $1 billion to Elon, Gates, or Zuckerberg. They knew, yeah. Well, Microsoft offered Zuckerberg $1 million for Facebook. Zuckerberg left him out of the office, right? Because he knew it was going to be worth this much money, right?
And he's in college. He was in college.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fucking money to a guy in college.
Right.
That was a lot of fucking money to a kid in college.
If they're offering you $1 million, it's probably worth 20 at least, right?
Right.
So,
exactly. And I know a lot of black people would have took it.
Would have took that $1 million,
See
right?
what I'm saying?
Would have been like,
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. So my thing is this. Okay, so now we know that selling the businesses is probably. Thank you, Brother Vaughn. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. The next slide is going to be on Thursday. Wait, today's Thursday, right? Maybe Saturday, definitely Sunday, Brother Vaughn. Check us out on Sunday. And thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. Because I know you're out there in the streets, man, and sometimes you got to navigate between all the different people that you work with.
So I hope we can at least go over there and let them know that, hey, we on some different information, because people like to say we don't talk about nothing over here.
Yeah, man.
But I know we talk about things that we can't get them to talk about, and that's why we talk about it.
Right.
Because we can't get people here to talk about it. These are more conversations that I would be at, but if I see another damn relationship stream, I'm gonna blow my brain out. If I see one more unqualified relationship expert talk about relationships, I'm gonna throw a damn brick through my computer monitor because these people are not qualified, and that's all they seem to want to talk about.
Nobody is twisting none of these people's arms by getting into their Patreons or nobody's twisting none of that.
I'm just saying,
Kevin Samuels had 12,000 people in his live stream last night. 12,000.
I'm just saying, we know for a fact these people are unqualified and they are consistently.
And you got more marriage advice in our pinkies than he got. Right, but yeah, I got 30 something. You got altogether about 30 something years, right?
Yeah.
So, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. But shout out to Bob.
And you don't even see us talking about relationships. Hell no. Only thing I can tell about what do you know about relationships? They hard. That's it. They hard. They hard. What else you got? What else you got, That's it. They hard. They hard. That's it.
Okay. Shout out to Bob. Okay, so let's get back to work, Rico. So so now we have the black businesses that are being sold off, right?
Yes.
Because we don't understand now. That's another thing.
And see, here's the thing. But see, here's the thing too. We got to start looking at the ripple effects, right? So when we had a lot more, and this was something I knew too as a kid. When you had a lot more, even like the corner stores that was in every neighborhood, and you know that you didn't just lose black businesses. You know what you also lost?
What?
Black jobs.
Right.
Guess who was working in all those corner stores?
Right.
Black people, usually from those neighborhoods.
Right.
So when they all sold and Koreans brought them, your ass didn't keep your job. You had to go.
I'm glad you brought that up, Rico.
So that's another ripple effect. When you look at all these black neighborhoods all through America, when those businesses sold, people lost jobs because of this shit, folks.
Okay. Now let's go here.
I remember being a 13-year-old working on an ice cream truck.
Yeah.
I used to go around through the neighborhood. Those used to be black owned. All the ice cream trucks that used to come through the neighborhoods in the summertime selling ice cream and fruit trucks.
Right.
We lost all that.
Remember the snow cone man?
Yeah.
Remember the snow cone man?
And then you put a little cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those were
you get that little ice headache right here.
Those were businesses. And not only were those businesses, those were jobs for teenagers. So the contraction of the business affected more than just the sale of that one brick and mortar.
In the economy, right?
Yeah, and then the economy and the tax base in some of those neighborhoods.
That's my point. Shout out to Army Vet. Okay, so here's the thing, Rico. This is what I'm talking about. On the black businesses, in the black community, a black youngster like yourself and myself, we could go and get a job in typically in the black stores, right? That increased your odds of being able to have employment in the community, right?
Kept you more out of trouble, all kinds of things. Yeah.
But now,
even at a small scale, it mattered.
But in the Asians, when they come into the black community, they typically don't hire blacks.
Nope.
The Latino brothers and sisters, when they come into the community, they typically don't hire blacks.
Nope.
Now, this is reduced. It reduced the employment opportunities by half.
Yep.
Now you got to go.
Because you got to realize, too, for when the other ethnicities come into the community and they replace the businesses with their ethnicity, as a black person, you're screwed out. For one, you don't share that same culture and you don't even speak that same language.
Yep.
So
but typically the Asians will hire the Latinos.
Right. But the only thing you can end up doing then which is what we all seems to do. We are the world's best fucking consumer and customer. We will take. Right. They're like, don't worry. They're gonna come eat our food. They're gonna buy our stuff. Whatever. I mean, we don't abandon them. We don't say, well, we're gonna. No, we don't.
Correct.
We just don't. We just don't. We are the most loyal damn consumer in the world because we will spend our money anywhere on everything for anybody but us.
Good service or bad, right?
Good service or bad. And when we had a huge inroad in these spaces in our communities, we abandoned them.
Yeah.
Nobody didn't steal them. Nobody didn't kick us out. We sold them and ran for the suburbs. And all that money got spent. That's just what we did. And we need to look inward at ourselves as a community and say, why did we do that? Why? Because I don't think we saw that this was going to happen.
No.
But I didn't see it was going to happen back then. I ain't going to lie and say, oh, I saw. No. I didn't even. It was funny because you didn't even see the pace that they were being bought and sold. They were being bought and sold at such a fast pace. It's like you just woke up one day and like, what the hell? Where's everything?
But let me put the visual out there for you, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
A white young man, 16 years old, goes out into the white community. He can get hired by most of the white businesses.
Yeah.
Most of any other businesses in the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
If there's an Asian business, he can probably get hired there.
Yeah.
And if there's quote unquote maybe a Latino that got in over there, he might be able to work over there. Right?
If it's a black-owned business, he'll get a job.
But typically black-owned businesses are not in the white community.
I know, but I'm saying
let's say you're right. Let's say you're right, Rico. He can work at all 4 of these businesses.
Yeah, but we can't.
The black
we can only go to one.
We can only go to
that want to hire us.
That's the white business. Because you can't go to the black business because the black businesses aren't there.
Nope.
So you can't go there. You can't go to the Asian businesses to get a job because they won't hire you. You can't go to the Latino brothers and sisters because they won't hire you. So
you would have to be the only person that want the job. When you see a black person working at an Asian store or Latino store, no Asian or no Latino wanted the job, and they needed a buyer.
Typically, that is very rare, Rico.
Right? No. But what I'm saying is, it has to be. Oh, it's a Latino store in fucking North Dakota, and there ain't enough Latinos there.
No, I've seen
shit like that. Oh, they're everywhere, so it doesn't matter. You're gonna always find one.
I've seen some Asian people that just want to help the black community. I've seen some of them. I've seen some Asian people that say, "Hey, bro, I just want to give a brother a job. I'm in this community, and I don't want people to think that if we just taking money out of here, we're at least trying to help." And since black people live here, I've seen them. Same thing with Latinos, but it's very rare. It's very rare, but it does happen. So I don't want to put them all out there, but it's very rare. But the typical situation is they just hire their own people, or in the Asian situation, they'll typically hire the Latino brothers and sisters, right? So, like you said, now how does that affect our economy?
Right.
That means there's 75% less in money floating around, and when we do spend this money, where we spending it? At businesses that are not going to. Now, what do you think the Asians going to do when at the end of the night they put all that money in a big trash bag? They take it over into the Asian community. They spend it over in the Asian community, right?
Yep.
They spend everything over there. They don't spend money over in our community. So our community, even though we spending all this money in the community, it's not ending up it's not being invested back into our community.
No.
Like, for example, when the Asians do business and they trade in their own community, that money gets spent in their own community. They spend it, it goes to the bank lends it out to people in the community, and it goes and it recirculates around, creating an economy. In the black community, the only economy comes around when other people come in and they spend and they develop businesses where we can at least spend a little bit of money, and all our money in their community. That's their economy is us. We as black people spend over 90% of our available income
outside our community.
Outside of our community.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, we don't save money. We don't save money because saving money is. We've been told that saving money is stupid, right? We've been told that saving paper money is stupid, right?
That's cancer,
right?
So, oh no, you save $1, it's gonna kill you. It's gonna kill you.
So we don't.
So we can't do that. No, we will not be doing no saving.
Right. So we don't save money. So we've been
told you better watch your mouth.
We've been told by Robert Kiyosaki and other people that saving money is stupid, right? Yep. So we don't save no money because we want to be smart. And then the rappers out here saying, "I don't save no money. I'm getting 50. I'm getting 50 racks a week. So I just spend it because I'm just gonna get another 50 racks next week, right?" So we are being subtly taught how to be dysfunctional. Financially, fiscally dysfunctional, and it's supported by our entertainment community.
Yep.
So now now the 2 old dinosaurs are here. What can we do, brother? What can because I don't think people see the real situation here that our people are in. How are you going to get these jobs? Oh, well, we need to just vote. Your vote is not going to make a difference without a business community behind it.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's not going to work. Only thing you're going to do is help push somebody else's agenda if you don't have your own business community to have your own set of standards, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think the Native Americans are coming up in so much things? Why? Because they got a business community now. They got these casinos, plus they have other government contract where the government has to, if something is even remotely close to their land, you got to go through the Native Americans first, right? That's all good. I mean, it should be like that, right? After what they did to them. So, but now you have to go through them to get to deal with them before you can even make a move on it as part of government, right? Do we have that as a Black community? No.
Hell no.
We don't have nothing set up like that, right?
Nope.
So my point is, our thing is going to have to come from the thinking inside of ourselves, inside of our head. Now I'm trying to figure out how are we going to get a person that builds up a business, let's say a clothing line. They build up a clothing line, nice little clothing line, and JCPenney or whoever, Walmart or whatever, comes to them and says, hey, we'll buy it from you for $30 million. How am I going to tell them, no, keep the business. Don't take the $30 million. Keep the business. That's my question. How are we going to see? Because we got so many different things we got to deal with. Our people are so used to.
Yeah, but the whole point is you can't tell me when a person starts a business, the intention for the business, you start a business with the intention that it is a long-term, possibly lifelong endeavor. And I think most businesses are started with the anticipation that it is to be generational. I don't know why we've lost the generational belief in businesses while other people, they seem to retain that. They seem to retain that view of, businesses being generational. It's only us that we seem to be the only community that no longer look at the start of a business as being a generational thing. That this is what you'll see. Like, that's why you'll see the businesses, right? Your government last name is Young. It's Williams and Sons hardware store. Why? Because when the old man Williams died, it goes to his son. When he died, it goes to his. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because the intent of starting the business is to make it generational. So when I go, I pass the business on to my son, and he passed it on to his son. Now, a lot of them aren't always looking to be overnight wealthy and successful. So you see, like, Epidemic been in the same family for 40 years.
Right.
40 and 50 and 60, sometimes 100 years, because it's past that. As long as the business makes enough money to take care of their family, that's what the guy said. Hey, look, I had this butcher shop, took care of me and my wife, put my kids through college. That's all I needed to do. Then I pass it on to my son. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
They're not looking to get rich off of their business. We seem to be structured in that mindset that the business has to make us rich. Most businesses who succeed, and when I say succeed or successful, a successful business is a business that does not go out of business within 5 to 10 years. Okay. We know most crash and burn within the first 5. So you make it to 5, then the next growth range is 7. And usually after that, you manage to stay in business that long, you will succeed. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to get rich, but you will succeed. You weathered all of the storm, but there'll be 10, 15 years and then sell the business. I'm like, I'm losing money. You don't start losing money 15 years. You've already built up a client base. You've done this, you've done that. You have to be damn near sabotaging the business for it to fail.
Something comes off. See, Rico, something happens. See, what happens is somebody new comes in, like the son or the daughter or whoever,
right? And they don't want the business.
They don't run the business the same way,
right? They don't want the business. They run it into the ground. They want to sell. Right. You know what I'm saying? That's intentional. But
see, that's what people that don't know about business, they think, oh, people are gonna come here no matter what, no matter how they get treated, they're gonna come in these doors. And see, they don't realize business is competition. You're competing with other businesses, and the customer service is a big part of that competition.
But usually if you had a business for 10, 15, 20 years, and I decide, okay, you leave it to the son. Usually you have the son, the nephew, the brother that's working in the business with you. So they know how you managed to run it for 20 years. That's who I'm going to give it to.
But I'm saying sometimes they change up. Sometimes they change up.
Then they kill it.
They say, well, I'm not gonna greet every customer with a smile. I'm not gonna say every customer by name like we do, right? We greet everybody by name because we so small, we can greet everybody by name. Now, of course, we have thousands of people coming in the chat, Of course, we can't greet everybody by name, but we can greet enough people right now. We can greet everybody by name. So it's a nice little, that's a nice little touch on it, right? Let me do that. Let me shout out New Growth. New Growth says we have a community of struggling Black farmers throughout the country. Absolutely. We also live in food deserts in our community. Absolutely. That's a huge opportunity to build multiple businesses. Let's do it. I'm with you, New Growth. The question is, how do we get the people to recognize that and have the discipline to say, okay, at least 30% of my income, I'm going to find Black businesses that I can spend. Even if I'm, buying just a hat or a scarf or whatever, I'm supporting a Black business, right? Even if you go out there on the corner and buy a paper, right? Final call, right? Or bean pie or whatever, right? You support a Black business, somebody doing something out there that is probably going to end up in a Black person's hands, right? Then how do we educate the business people to say, okay, now that we're spending money with you, some of that money we're spending with you has to be put towards a political action committee so that we can change some of these laws that affect all of us, right? Let's do it. I'm just saying the education has to be there. We have to have a way to educate our people on how we're going to do it. Sister Glenda says, I've been in agriculture since age 5. Thanks to my grandparents for setting up a floral and produce business. Right now, shout out to you, Sister Glenda. We will be employing our people who are like-minded to be entrepreneurs, not employees. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Let's see. Let's see. I got a troll in here, man. I got to stay on top of them. All right, so that's the thing, Rico. We got to build businesses. We got to build them, and we got to not only build them,
but we got to build them, and we got to maintain them. We got to keep them.
That's the thing. That's the thing. We got to incentivize them to keep the business instead of selling.
But part of the problem is, again, unfortunately, historically, we used to have a business mindset, and I don't know how we lost it for whatever reason. Historically, African American.
Let me tell you how we lost it. Let me tell you how we lost it.
But we used to be a business mindset.
But
people
we got.
In.
Let me explain it for the people that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was we had places like Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we had Black Wall Street, and because of the vicious brutality that was descended upon us for trying to just be in business for ourselves. Now, we weren't allowed into the white businesses. Most of the time. And so we had to make our own business community, right? So we were doing bad when we were trying to go into the white businesses. Then we were doing bad when we tried to make our own businesses. We got they said to us, well, you are what do they call that? You are being racist because you're starting your own businesses. Well, we had to start our own businesses because you won't take our money, right?
Yeah.
If you're not going to take our money, then we had to start our own business. So therefore, if we start our own businesses, why would you come and burn them down? That's the thing, right? So obviously, the Black businesses were thriving because all the Black people were using those businesses, right? You didn't have to go to the white business place with your family and get disrespected just because you were Black. You can now go to the Black businesses, and the Black businesses, now, how did they compete? Like Rico said, they had to use customer service to compete with each other because they pretty much selling the same items. How do they compete with each other? Who has the best service? That's where we're going to go, right? Whoever's treating me the best, I'm going to go. If I'm going to go to Rico's hardware store, I'm going to go to Clarence hardware store. If Rico's employees are treating me nicer, then I'm going to go to Rico's store. And even though we probably got the same items, we got the same prices just about, just because my prices are lower doesn't mean people are going to come to me if my service is worse, right? Brother New Growth says, Brother Clarence, how do you feel about co-op for things like essentials like food? Would that incentivize us to support because we have a vested interest? That may, but it would have to start on a small scale, in my opinion, Brother New. It would have to start on a small scale. Most Black people are so mentally focused on they're so mentally driven to go to big box stores and big name places that they don't see no value no place else. So if you said to them and say, hey, let's do a co-op on this food, they'll be like, what? What are you talking about? Nah, we're not doing that, right? They would just reject it immediately, especially when you start saying, yes, all black. They're going to be, oh, nah, you know what I mean? Why? Because we will perpetuate between ourselves our own incompetence in business.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It's sad. And we got some good black business people out there. You know what I'm saying? And doesn't take nothing away from the white business people and the Asian business people and the Latino business people. But we got some really good black business people, but they don't get the credit they deserve. Why? Because they're so far and few in between as far as we have information about them. We much more rather put out bad information about each other business-wise than to say, hey, did you go to Rico's Chicken Shack? Yeah, man, Rico, man, it's clean in there. It's, they always got the hot sauce. They always got the potato salad. They got everything, man. You should go up in there, right? Most of the time, it's what? Man, you ever been to that place, Rico's? Man, the owner always comes out cussing at everybody. He always got a drink in his hand.
Y'all like to get the fuck out.
Get the F out my store now.
Y'all like to get the fuck out. But yeah. So the sad part about it is we do set a higher bar for ourselves than we do others. But I will tell you and unfortunately, I will tell black business owners what also makes it harder for them is they get judged by the behaviors of other black businesses. So if 6 out of 10 black businesses are poorly run, then the belief is that they're all poorly run.
Right.
As opposed to where, say, 3 out of 10 white businesses are poorly run, you don't believe that they're all poorly run because they have a much lower percentage. So they may have 30%, 20 to 30% of poorly run businesses. You don't paint all those businesses. We'll end up with 60% poorly run businesses. You're gonna paint all of them that way, And we do all minorities like that, but we're the most harshest on the black businesses. And I will tell you, when our businesses have problems, they have fucking problems. They don't have, they have like just outlandish problems. Like, how the fuck are y'all, in any kind of way? So that is a big deal with black businesses, is that when our businesses fail, they fail in epic fashion. They don't fail just a little bit because business is slow. They fail epically. You get some probably some of the worst examples you'll get, and you'll get it with some of the white businesses too. Don't get me wrong. Let's
do some numbers, Rico. Let's do some numbers.
Go ahead.
If now in the black community, probably 80 to 90% of black people have this preconceived notion that black business is somehow inferior to the white business. Probably selling the same exact thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If white people had the same philosophy, they would spend more of their money in other markets.
Yes.
But they don't carry that philosophy. Even if they go into a bad white business, they will send a letter to the corporate office
and then look for a better white business.
But here's the thing with black business, we just stop going.
Yeah, we don't look. So if I go to a bad black bakery, I don't look for a better black bakery. I stop going to black bakeries.
Thank you.
People, if they see a bad white baker, they go to a better white baker.
Thank you.
So another white business owner gets that business. Now, not the same.
Thank you, Rico.
But another white business.
Stop right there, Rico. Stop. Because another white business owner is going to get that business. which means other white people are going to be able to. It's going to keep the white economy going.
Yeah.
Other white people will have jobs. Other white people. It's going to keep that economy going. I wanted you to say. I just wanted to say that. Okay, go ahead, Rico.
Yeah. So I mean, that's pretty much it. But again, it's because we do, and again, it's not right, it's not fair. But in fairness to the consumer, I know, as I say, we have much higher failure rates, and our failures tend to be much more pronounced. Ergo, again, if you have a black baker, if you have a white baker, you go to him, they'll fuck your cake order up. You never come back, so you go to another one. Right. The black baker won't even bake your cake, took the money and close up shop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? nigga know he going out of business tomorrow, but he gonna take 25 orders tonight, right?
Shop by Washington.
He going out of business tomorrow, but he gonna take 25 orders tonight, get the deposit, get half the money, and disappear. So then you get burnt so bad. You get burnt so bad, you be like, man, fuck all them niggas. I'm done.
Right.
I've seen a lot of cases like that happen, and it's not fair, but it's like, damn.
Yeah.
They will burn you so bad that you be like, I'll never go to another one again.
But Rico, in all fairness, white businesses will burn you just as bad.
But you're absolutely right, and I know that. But it's never at the same rate. You know what I'm saying? It's never, like I said, their failure, their shitty businesses like 2 out of 10, and we end up at 6 or 7 out of 10. So it becomes a bigger risk, right? So if I got my last $100, to spend on Mother's Day is Sunday. I got my last $100 to go out here and buy a Mother's Day gift for my wife for Sunday.
Right.
And I can go to the black business and spend it, or I can go to the white. I feel riskier.
Right.
And it's like, oh, please don't let these niggas burn me. Please. Please. That's you get that. Unless now, once I've been to that establishment once or twice and I've seen how they serve, then I go in there with a great deal of confidence. But that first time in, you always like,
oh Lord.
And I'm gonna tell you a business where they really get you is a caterer. Because we have a lot of black catering businesses.
Yeah.
A lot. Okay, I'm doing this party for my daughter's birthday or my anniversary party, that, and I don't pay this caterer. She tell me $1,500 for food or $2,000 for food because I got all these people. And then gave her $1,000. Got to be set up at the event at 3:00. Party starts at 4:00. They show up with the food at 4:30. See what I'm saying? Shit like that. And it's like, man, do I want to give this to them, or do I want to go ahead and call Beckiana? Because I know I tell her at 3:00, she be there at 2:00. I tell Keisha to be there at 3:00, she show up at 5:00.
Hey, they show up late and they mad at you.
Right. And look, ain't cooked the goddamn thing that we contracted for. She cooked what she wanted. See what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you, brother, there are some horrible catering stories in our community. Fucking horrible catering stories.
Right.
Where, the lack of professional, like they serving food with no gloves, they're not taking proper food safety protocol, coming in here with a bunch of mishmash dishes and shit. No, they back there cooking with no hair bonnets. No. Because my mama said, and like, nah, I don't want you cooking all that shit in your kitchen at home. Bring it. They got an industrial oven here. Cook that shit here fresh. Look, then you pay for all the food. Whoa, party's over. Where the fuck is all the food go? Oh, they took that with them. What do you mean they took it with them? You know, because like I said, if you've been to a lot of corporate events, you know, like, no, when we cater this event, y'all don't take none of this food, none of this alcohol. Y'all leave all this shit. This shit is ours. We paid for all this that you cook. You don't get, the only thing you tell us is we better have some extra, you want your containers back. So I'm like, whenever I have it, I'm like, no, leave y'all containers here. When we finish getting all the food out, you come back and get the shit tomorrow. But don't take none of this shit, because I paid for all this shit. And I learned that through my jobs. I was like, no, when you do crabs and alcohol and all that, you pay for it all. But now, when I've seen the white catering company, they be like, what do you want to do with all this? You got a place you want us to put it? And you be like, well, no, this is yours. This is yours. You pay for all this amount that we cook, beverages, whatever you say. This is all yours, sir. Like, oh, well, goddamn, let me go get my cooler. You know, because when I used to go to my company parties, I would always take me a cooler because it was always leftover beverages.
But see, here's a critical issue with black business people. It's a critical issue. Black business people many times think you should shop with me, you should do business with me because I'm black.
Exactly.
Not because I'm a good business owner, and not because I'm providing a service.
Exactly.
But because I'm black, just like a lot of times we'll have the sisterhood that'll say you should marry me because I'm black.
Yeah.
And it's
not because I'm a good woman.
Right. Not because I'm a good woman, have good character, because I'm black. Therefore, you should forego all my what do you call that? Bad qualities. You should forego that.
Right.
Now, in a system where there is no competition, you're more likely to make that's probably more likely to happen. But in a system where there's competition, there's competition.
Right.
I don't have to take anybody just for anything. I don't have to go to any business just because of any one reason.
And I'm not going to. Just like you said, the same thing with the dating and marrying and anything else. I'm like, not doing that shit just because you black. Are you crazy? That's not good enough.
But see, our people, they think that color trumps
quality.
Color trumps everything.
Quality. And hell no, it don't.
Right. And
color does not trump quality. Quality is quality.
That's where we get the confusion.
And it's not to say that non-melanated people is of higher quality. No, the quality of a relationship is your behavior.
Character means a lot. Character plays a lot in business.
Yeah.
How do you see the character?
It's everything.
The customer service. That's how you able to view the character of the business. Same thing in relationships. You have to look at the character of the person, because the beauty appearance is nice, but that's going to fade at some point. And what's going to really matter is the character of the person that you got. This person if you're going to invest all your resources, this person's going to be there for you, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let me cover Marcus. Marcus says, I bet you not as bad as finding eggshells and raisins in the potato salad last time I went to White Barbecue. I ain't been to White Barbecue in probably about 20, 30 years. I can't even remember what they were serving there. But shout out to Marcus. Marcus said, also, I'd rather go to a Mexican or black barbecue any day of the week. Taste, style of the food. Yeah, man.
I agree with you that, Marcus. That's exactly like you said. Yeah, because the fucking food is seasoned. That's why.
And the last time I went to a Mexican barbecue, right? So actually it was a Latin barbecue, because my neighbor next door was from El Salvador, but some of the people down the street were Mexican. So he had friends, and so he invited me. He said, hey man, come on over and get a plate. So I come over there and get a plate. And so I was rolling through there, man. And this girl, I guess she looked at me a little too hard. Next thing I know, this argument broke out, man. Now I'm over here fixing a plate, and my homeboy is fixing my plate for, giving me some of the meat. And next thing I know, this little argument broke out, man. I was like, damn, let me get out of here, right? Because I could tell it was over me. So I said, let me get out of here. I didn't know what I had did. I thought it was because I'm a black dude just walking back here. But that's how me and my neighbor, we just walk in each other's yard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just walked back there, right? So I figured that, hey man, maybe they had an issue with me just walking back here. They don't know the relationship we got. So let me just get on out of here. He can explain it to him later. So my neighbor told me later, man, he said, yeah, man, he said, man, girl, I guess she just looked at you a little too long, and homeboy got mad and he popped her. Boom, right? Popped her in the eye in front of everybody out there. I was like, yeah. I ain't been to a Latin barbecue in a while, Brother Marcus.
Oh shit. Shit, I throw several a summer. Every year. I'm like, but I tell them, don't y'all bring that shit here today with all that damn fighting. But yeah, they'll turn out. And I got a couple of niggas. It blew me, right? The last one I looked up and I'm looking at my wife. I'm like, Mary, who is that sitting over there in the corner? And because these motherfuckers will come by here where I live, and they just walk up in your yard, especially, my wife be playing Spanish music. Right. And I'm looking around, I'm like, okay, I know most of y'all. I know like 90% of y'all, but it's always a couple of strays that I don't know that somebody brought. Right. So I'm thinking it's a stray. Oh, well, he with somebody, but who? And then my wife looking at me like, Rico, who's that? I'm like, why the fuck you asking me? I'm a fucking Latino. I don't know. I thought I'm one of your people. So don't you know? She don't know who it is. I'm like, dude, drunk as a mother. Man, he lived on the street, but I don't know who the fuck is. He just stopped. But they'll do that. They'll come by. If they hear music, they will invite themselves to your party. And like we live, I don't think we got a lot of Mexicans. We got a lot of Central Americans around here where I live. Salvadorians, Guatemalans, Hondurans.
Hey, Rico, did your wife?
But they'll invite themselves to your fucking party. And they're like, dude, I don't even know who you are. I said, let me make you a plate. Let me give you a beer. But then you got to go because I don't even know who you are. And then I know sometimes culturally, I know a lot of them is like, I'm like, okay, I know your ass probably here with no papers. And I got my little nieces here. So don't make me fuck you up looking at one of my little nieces. Because that's the problem I always worry about. It's like, look, if I catch you looking at one of my nieces, you're not going to make it back down the street. I'm going to fuck you up. That's all. But they be drunk as a skunk.
Man. But okay. So I had this is the issue I had with my neighbor, man. Mm-hmm. We were real cool with each other because we both had special needs children. So we would watch each other's children. Sometimes they was outside. So anyway, what I couldn't do with my neighbor is say, hey, how do I do this XYZ? Like one time I said, hey brother, I need to cut this tree down. I have a tree in my backyard that I want to trim. I said, I want to trim this tree. He said, oh yeah, it's easy, man. All you gotta do is do, right? Mm-hmm. So I asked him on a Saturday. Sunday morning, I hear a chainsaw. I hear a chainsaw. I'm like, what's that?
He already out there doing it.
I look out the window. It's him. He's out there with the chainsaw. Him and his son. They're out there at the chainsaw in my yard. We're cutting down a tree. So I say, man, I can't tell this dude stuff, man. I can't.
Right, they'll just do it.
Get out there and do it. Yeah, he'll just get out there and do it, man. You know what I'm saying? But
my father-in-law do shit like that. I was asking him, and like you said, they'll just do it.
They'll just do it.
I mean, I'm like, dude, my wife's husband, we somewhere, and I got the Ring cameras outside the house. I'm like, Marge, she's like, what? I said, what the fuck is Antonio doing in the yard cutting the grass? Because my lawnmower was in my brother-in-law's shop getting it fixed. I went and bought a new one. And I said, see, I'm like, fuck. And he was like, no, you don't have to pay me. I said, I know, but it's that I like cutting my own grass. Stay out of my fucking yard. Yeah. But I was like, Maury, which I got to cut the grass now. I'm going to have to wait till Sunday because of the rain. But I was like, if they see, Rico busy, he can, especially like with my yard stuff. I'm like, I'm glad I had her aunt. We had to change the codes because I'm like, she would be over here. I'm like, Elba, stop cleaning up shit in my house. Cause I don't even like the way you do it. But they just do it. It's just their code.
They just do it. That was the issue I had with him, man. I couldn't tell him nothing because if I told him something was wrong with my roof, I'd wake up and he'd be on my roof, man. I'm serious, man. He would do stuff like that, man.
And you love him for it, but you just don't.
Dude, man. Yeah. Good dude. But you just, you like, man, hey, I don't want you up there working for free, man. You know what I mean? I'm saying I want to get this done at some point. But you'd be up there, that's all right. Don't worry about it. So, man, but it was a trip. But anyway, man, I want to ask you, brother, since you said your wife is from El Salvador. Does she make those sandwiches? Like they got a big bread sandwich
with the
that they
chicken
make.
and the
Those things are so good, man. Those things are so good,
Marcus,
man.
tell us it's the big roll cut open and they stuff it with chicken.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't like them, but yeah, they
What's
make
wrong
them.
with you, man? You got something wrong with you, Rico. How you don't like that?
We eat pupusas all the time. Now, I like homemade pupusas when they make them right.
Right.
But yeah, tortillas with every fucking meal.
What is the name of that sandwich, brother, that you're talking about? That they cut the big bread.
Marcus, what's the name of it? Because my wife, they'll pull the meat off, and it's like a shredded chicken, but it's not.
Yeah. Oh, it's so delicious.
And they have like all the little.
Oh man.
The slaw, it's like coleslaw mixed with chicken inside the roll.
Kind of sauce and onions and everything.
Yeah, they do it every they certainly do it every they do it every Christmas. Every Christmas. That's just
Brother Anderson know what I'm talking about. Them things.
Yeah, like we do fucking, and they do it every New Year. So just like we do black eyed peas, they do them sandwiches. And they'll make like my wife and her mother and them make about 100 of them motherfuckers.
Yeah. That's it. I'm coming to DC, brother.
Trying to eat them all the time. I don't like them. I don't.
What is wrong with you, man?
I don't like coleslaw. That shit reminds me of coleslaw.
That's right, man. You bringing the channel down, man. Now you bring the channel down.
I don't like them. I just don't. I fuck with some pupusas up though, but I don't like those sandwiches.
Shout out to El Salvadorians, man.
What the hell is the name of them sandwiches?
Good, they're good, man. They're good. All right.
Gosh, what's the name of them sandwiches?
SWS Network. Glad to have you in the building, sir or ma'am, whoever you are. Okay, Rico, we got a serious topic here. We got to talk about. We got to get to this point. We've been talking about so far black businesses. Now let's bring it around to the black content creators, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Coleslaw, too much mayo. Go ahead, Marcus.
Marcus. Hey, but you know what, man? If you ever had one of them Salvadorian sandwiches, man, those things are so good, man.
And my wife loves fucking. Let me ask her real quick. Hang on one second.
Hey, brother Anderson, they dripping when you're trying to eat it, and it's all dripping down your arm. It's coming down your arm and everything, right? But you like, man, I can't stop eating this thing. It's so good, right?
What's the name of them sandwiches y'all make with the chicken? What do y'all call them?
Pollos, pan con pollo.
Pan con pollo? So it's just pan con pollo. Somebody was asking me the name of it, and I said, yeah, it's like the shredded chicken, and they put the damn like coleslaw and all that in the bun. Yeah, okay. Pan con pollo. Okay, so I was like, I don't know what the fuck they call. I said, I don't like them. Is it cabbage or coleslaw y'all put in them?
Whatever you want to do, coleslaw.
Yeah, I think whatever you put. Shout out to One Community, man. Haven't seen you in a while, One Community.
All right. I just wanted to I know exactly what you're talking about.
Man, them things are good, man. Rico, something's wrong with you, brother, but that's okay, man. We still love you, man, but you just something wrong with you, man. How could you not like that sandwich? That sandwich is deep.
Oh, did you hear me, Clarence? I just realized I was still talking.
Yeah.
Yes, pan con pollo. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Tulio. Leo, yep, that's it. My wife just told me pan con pollo.
Yeah,
it's just bread and chicken.
Good, man.
Yeah, bread and chicken. God, and she said they even do cabbage or coleslaw. And I said, is it cabbage or coleslaw? She said, cabbage is coleslaw. I said, okay, shit, I don't know.
Man, man.
Yeah,
you guys got to try this. You guys got to try that sandwich, man. Find an El Salvadorian restaurant and have that, man. It is
that and pupusas. They'll pupusa your ass to death too.
Yeah, that's delicious. But Crazy Rico, bringing the channel down. We're talking about he don't like pan con pollo, but whatever. No. Whatever. Shout out to One Community, man. I see you globetrotting out there, man. Peace to you, brother. Stay safe out there. I see you running around the globe. Shout out to JP Inspired Matriarch. Peace, gentlemen on the panel chat. How's the spirit? Spirit is getting back up here.
Did you shout out Mr. Tool? I hope I'm saying it right, Mr. T.
I already said Mr. T a long time ago. He dipped in a long time ago. I said.
All right, we're just gonna call you Mr. T because I really feel like I'm fucking it up.
Because I can't. I know I'm gonna mess up Tulilo.
Right. So we will call you Mr. T if we can.
And if I knew you were Samoan, man, I say, hey, you okay, Mr. Tulilo? But I don't know. Right. I haven't seen you yet, brother. All right, so we good, JP. Shout out to JP, Inspired Matriarch. Okay, so
Back to the content.
Black content creators, because we're gonna get out of here in a little while. Okay, so the black content creators, right? We've been talking about how to establish businesses and how to get black people. Now, here's the issue. As black content creators, how do we get people to watch our streams? Because, like we said before, I believe it translates over onto YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
A white content creator, black people will watch them. The Asians may watch them. The Latinos may watch them, and black people may watch them.
Yes.
Asian creators, mostly Asians, some whites, maybe some Latinos, maybe some blacks.
Not a lot. Like I'll say 5% of each, but
not a lot. Marcus, don't even start with the gorditas, man. Oh my God, those are delicious as well. All right, so the Latino brothers and sisters, they may have the Latinos watching them.
They will have.
They will have the Latinos watching them. They may have the some Caucasian, and may have some Asian, and may have some black. Right? Those are open opportunities. In the black content creators, typically it's going to only be the black. Typically, it may have some whites, may have some Latinos, even
but
smaller.
You're going to have 98% black and maybe 1.5% of other ethnicity.
It's going to be us and Marcus. That's it.
Us and Marcus. That's it.
That's about it, right? Yeah. Now, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So now we as content creators, we have to fight for the views on a much smaller scale.
But here's the thing, though. Again, we do the same thing that the brick and mortars do. We make ourselves a niche. You know what I'm saying? So we're not even see the white content creator is appealing to everyone.
Okay.
They're trying to appeal to everyone.
Okay.
But exactly. And the mothership says it isn't a black channel, but it makes itself a black channel. I don't care what you say, is what you specifically market to specifically. And in the black space, we all market to only black people. And then that's our problem, that we can't appeal to, because we can appeal to other people. We can just start talking about topics that appeal to other, even when they which again, I say in this space, we are the worst on speaking about relationships. Why so many black content creators want to talk about relationships when we do so goddamn poorly in the relationship business, period? When you consider marriages, we do so poorly. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense on why they only speak about an issue that we're not wildly successful at. We're not wildly successful at relationships or marriages. We're not leading on any of those topics. So why are we? So and the thing is, so it's like it seems like we are only looking to. We're only looking to make money off of, again, you know what it is? Because it's a money thing, because they want to talk about black trauma. They want to talk about black pain. Because they're not talking about the successes. You don't hear any of them touting that. All they're constantly touting is all the negative, all the ways we're failing at relationships. I'm like, then what the fuck are you talking about it for? Because you don't have the answers. You're not making it any better. You're just tearing the Band-Aid off of a fucking already open wound. What's the point? And none of you are qualified. So
that's
all I'm saying is,
Rico.
Huh?
That's the issue. They're not qualified.
They're not qualified. So my thing is, why not talk about what you are qualified about, things that you do have solutions and answers for, or talk about other things? As if the only fucking problem we got is relationships, and we don't have a few hundred other problems that we can discuss. Some that'll be even more relevant. Because if all of us got married today or tomorrow, guess what, Clarence? If every black man and every black woman got married tomorrow, what are we in here talking about? The dearth of black businesses. We still be at 6%.
Right.
We still be at 6%. We still would not have a business class. We still would not have any more fucking political power being married than we have being unmarried. Not one fucking iota.
But I do think that if we were married, that
it would be better. But I'm saying it's not. We do have more significant problems than
it's not going to take care of that situation. I agree.
It's not going to take care of the fact that we're in the last place by far of business owners in this country. We're at 6%. The LGBT community got more business owners than we do at 10%.
Yes.
And I believe they're a smaller portion of the population, but I don't know because I don't know exactly how many people are in that community. But here's the whole point is they have a much more robust business community than we do.
Okay, agreed.
Than we do. Agreed. They're the third largest of the business community. So when you sit there and say business power, they have it. We don't. We don't.
Okay. Well, Rico, let me address JP.
Yeah.
JP says Stephen speaks. Stephen speaks. I'm assuming you're talking about the guy that does all these relationship videos. He has 100+ subs, speaks on relationships, and is black as y'all. But like Rico said, he is very unqualified. He has no relationship. He doesn't have a relationship himself. And how are you going? That's like taking your car to a mechanic that doesn't know what he's doing, right? Why would you take your car to a mechanic that has nothing but negative reviews on YouTube? In my opinion, they went through similar growing experience. You gotta get into their other sectors, not presume they're different. No, I agree with you, JP. You got to get into other sectors, but you got to get strong first. Like the product we're putting together now, we're trying to put together now. I want that strong. So when we go into other sectors, nobody can deny what we're saying. The one thing we got is the truth, that we got all this truth. So we just telling the truth. And if he has 100,000 subs, he has no wife, right? he's telling people how to get married and how to look for the right man, their Boaz, but he's not married. He's not nobody's Boaz. And really, to me, it's a game. It's like the Derek Jackson game, right? You're just setting up all of these meetups so that you can meet women and take them down, in my opinion, unless you show me something different.
Yeah, but and even the other content creator, Corey, none of his is relationship, and I don't necessarily see. I'm looking at his channel. His channel's all over the place. This is a better channel because I think he has like a lot of comedy stuff. Looks like a lot of gamer stuff. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. He's not speaking to Black trauma, and other than the fact that he is Black, I can see him. See, this is a channel. I know if I'm saying this right. He's talking to everybody, so I see why he's got 13 million subs because he don't have a Black channel. He's Black. That's absolutely fine. We're not saying don't be Black, but he is the perfect example of a YouTuber that's speaking to everything and everybody, as opposed to when we're over here in this space, all we want to do is talk to a niche market, and then we complain about that's all we got and why we don't have any growth. That's why we're stymieing ourselves by doing that. And like I said, the other guy, Steven Speaks, he's got 900,000. But again, I didn't look at his, but this Corey guy, I'm like, yeah, this is the perfect thing. He's not talking about. I just looked at the first page going down. I don't see nothing on this page that's blackety black other than he's Black. Now I'm not gonna watch all these views, but this is a bunch of weird shit. But this is perfect for the younger generation. Right. Exactly. So I'm not surprised he got 13 million.
Yeah, right.
This looked like some shit out of Japan anyway. So he right on the money with it. This some Logan Paul shit. Yeah.
Mr. T says it depends on how the content creators speak on their channel. Yeah, you're right. That's just basically what Rico was just saying. You know what I'm saying? We have to, if we expect to expand, you're going to have to start addressing other issues. Not saying you don't address no Black issues, but you're going to have to address other issues that the general marketplace can relate to. And then they'll come. All right. So,
right.
Go ahead. Let me do this for Rico. LeBron says, personally, I'm so tired of the echo chamber too. That's why I'm looking for other spaces to share my voice and perspective. You're welcome here, brother. You know what I'm saying? We try to be respectful to everybody. Brother Vaughn. So you welcome here, man. Appreciate you. Okay, go ahead, man.
And that's why I say also, and because exactly what Brother Vaughn said, right? If you can't find other spaces to share your voice and perspective in the black space, you're gonna go to the white spaces. You're gonna leave. And for every sub we lose from this space, it's not being replaced by, as Bro Clarence said, our subs are only black. So as we bleed subs out of the space altogether, because you say, well, if I leave from here, if I go to the next one in the space, it's gonna be the same shit in the next, and I'm tired of it. So you exit from the space altogether. And every black person, every black sub that leaves is not being replaced by another ethnicity at all. So what I'm saying is the space is starting to contract, and we're all fighting for the same handful of subs. That's why you're starting to see, and you know what also is bleeding into it, Brother Vaughn, is if you notice, you're seeing more and more and more and more what? Collaborations. Because they're fighting for the same fucking subs. They're sharing the same one. These guys are like dudes on a football team swapping around the same Kardashian. Yeah. She's just going around from one that sub getting turned out by every content creator because there's nowhere they can't get a new one. Nobody else wants to come. They've run off all the good ones. They left with these same old ones that have been turned out, and that's all they can get. But the pool is getting smaller and smaller, and it's the content creators because they're not talking about anything else to gather other people or to bring in new subs. That's all I'm saying. And we're going to kill ourselves if we don't stop what we're doing, and it's our own fault. So it's the same issue, like we say, how the brick and mortar businesses are failing, business owners. The content creators, which are the business owners here, they're doing the same thing. Oh, you don't like it, get on out. You know what I'm saying? That shitty customer service.
Right.
If you're not giving the customer what they want, they're not coming back.
Right.
They're going to leave. I'm tired of this shit. And they're not coming back. So the content creators, we have got to say, okay, let's get out of the beef. Let's get out of the discourse. And then as we broaden our conversation, get out of the niche space. You know what? We need to start. I'm going to try to reach out to somebody. We need to start talking about NASA. There's a bunch of people out there that's interested in space. Read the fuck up on it and study it and engage in it. Start talking about outdoor endeavors, hiking, camping, skiing, fishing, whatever. We act like we can't speak on nothing but black trauma. And if we need to stay out of the relationship space, because if I said it once, I said it again, we are no good at it.
At least if you're not qualified. Stay out of it if you're not qualified.
And I have not seen a single YouTube content creator that's qualified to give sound relationship advice. They're giving an individual opinion of what it was like for them. That's great. But they don't couch it as that. They couch it as that this is the winning formula. No, it worked for you. You have no qualifications for it. Basically, your ass got lucky. You caught the right person at the right time. That's usually how most successful relationships work out. Be honest about it. Stop giving these young men and these young women this. I don't even know why in the hell black people are talking about high value men. It ain't enough of us. That ain't the conversation. And I ain't even calling myself one. That's not a conversation we need to have. We need to have a conversation about, hey, just be a nice fucking person. How about just being nice? Men and women, just be nice to each other. You will be surprised at how more fruitful, and I'm not even telling you to be nice for a relationship. Be nice because people like nice people.
That's simple. That's too simple, Rico.
That's
not convoluted. That's not convoluted enough, Rico. Rico, that's not convoluted enough. You gotta put some confusing things in there to make it more confusing.
And you know what? Look, no, put up Brother Vaughn's that comment there. See that?
Okay,
right
let me
there?
read it. Let me read it, Rico. Let me read it. Brother Vaughn says, can you imagine? I've seen people hold their audience hostage for life. I ain't gonna say another word until I get the likes up. Get the likes up. We all seen that, Vaughn. Hey, let's get the likes up. If you don't get the likes up, I'm gonna play this crazy music. If you don't get the likes up, I'm gonna play this crazy video.
They're constantly pushing and promote because again, their motive is something different. See what I'm saying? So that's why I don't eat. That's why, like, go ahead, finish. In other words, they will not proceed.
In other words, they will not proceed with the show until you hit the like button. Brother, right. We've seen that so many times. You know what they call that in the government? They call that extortion.
Yeah. And I get it. But to me, it's like, okay, clear. Then this is your motive. This is your directive. But don't come over here and tell me how I need to moderate based because it's a business. No, it's not a business for me. For me, this is a platform where me and Brother Clarence come to share and opine on our opinions and our thoughts for the day. And again, my currency is anybody that chooses to come into this chat or up on this panel and talk about it with us. That's my currency. Yeah. We ain't making no money. No, and I'm not doing it to curry favor. So not for favor, nor for coin.
Other the people that's nice enough to give out a cash app, we're not making no, like, no. It's like the lead attorney where, you know, we make $50,000 a live stream.
No. And I'm not begrudging anybody over there who does that. But my thing is, we're not making any money. I don't foresee us making any money in the near future, meaning definitely like 2022, probably not 2023, unless y'all all bump y'all head and all of a sudden just go. It ain't going to happen. But however, I'm comfortable in the fact that because it's not the curry favor or coin, that I can remain authentic to myself. I don't become a hostage or a slave, because what happens is what you say with this, Brother Vaughn, meaning that those content creators will modulate their message for coin.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they're not, what are they driven by? So what will they say and what will they not say for coin? You see what I'm saying? So then it gets to the point where it's like, I don't know if I can believe or listen to anything they're saying because their motive is coin.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They'll tell me anything for money. They don't believe this shit. They don't do it for coin. But you got people out here parroting and running around regurgitating and repeating all of these talking points that they don't believe in.
Right.
They put on a show for coin. We're just trying to have an honest conversation. That's all we're trying to do, is have an honest, unvarnished conversation from two old Negroes that been around the sun a few times, that know a few things. We don't know everything. There are more things in this world that I don't know than I do, but we know what we know. And that's it.
And we're smart enough to admit it. We're smart enough to admit it. That's it.
Shout out to Sister OG Patrice.
Shout out to OG Patrice. OG Patrice, you see I gave you a wrench, sis. So, but that's the thing. That's really the thing. So I'm so glad you said that, Brother Vaughn, because that is true. That is so funny, man. When I see that happen, I'll be cracking up, man.
And I'm sure you've seen that with hell.
I'm not going to say another word.
And we've seen that in this space with the biggest content creator in this space, who regularly demands a set number of likes. Oh, I got 5,000 people in the chat. I better have 2,500 likes. So every night. Every night. So we can't even be selective and say it's just the small content creators. No, because the man up on high, he does it every night. He don't get his likes up. We ain't doing nothing. Put the handcuffs on him and lock him in the dungeon. So that's a tactic that's probably copied by smaller content creators because they see the big guy doing it. You won't never see that over here.
Yeah, no.
You ain't never gonna see that over here. I'll give it away free.
Thank you, Patrice. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Brother Vaughn says I'm an older man, 60 years old.
Yeah.
I love to hear carry on, gentlemen. Yeah, what's what we doing? We trying, brother. We trying. We small fish in a big pond, but we we trying to make some waves out here, man, because you know, there's not enough people. Like Rico said, there's more people out here that's willing to sell their message, and they're crafted. They're crafted for however way the dollars go.
Yeah.
And since we ain't making no dollars, we don't have to craft nothing. We just tell you the truth. We just tell you the truth.
And if we did, we're not going to change. Because like you said, brother Vaughn, at 68, I'm about to be 58. Clarence is 54. We too damn old to change now.
Man.
Even for coin, I can't do it.
Man,
I can't do it. I'm on. Like you said, we all on the back nine. We trying to finish out the game so we can be done. So
give out some good advice while we're here.
Yeah, I can't pivot. I can't pivot now. It's too late. I'm too late to be successful. I'm just trying to get to the finish line. I'm like, successful? Hell, I'm just trying to finish. I'll be happy to come in last place. I just want to cross the line. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah. Like, I ain't trying to win.
Hey, if just one person come back and say, you know what, Clarence, Rico, man, you guys will tell you. I remember when I was watching that show about black business, man. You guys said this, and I decided to start my own business and do this. That's all that we need. That's
just things to think about. Yeah, we need to think about and talk about more. And that was said, fact, like you said, you, me, or Clarence, we ain't trying to win. We know we coming in last place. I'm just trying to finish. That's it. Win.
Hey man. I already won. Let me tell y'all when I won. I got a granddaughter that says, "Pop up, come on, let's go watch Chuck Chicken." I won.
I'm winning.
I won right there. I won.
And that's it.
There's nothing enough. Nobody can give me that feeling when we sitting there elbowing each other watching Chuck Chicken.
So you think I'm gonna come here and lie to you online? No, man, I'm not gonna do that. And especially knowing that long after we're gone, the things I say here will still be here. You know what I'm saying? They'll still be here. So I'm not gonna lie to you.
Rico, and them times that you fussed at me about chaotic, man, is that still gonna be here, man?
Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Goddamn, Clarence,
they're gonna be like, that old fool straight in hell, maybe. Maybe. But that's why, for me, I feel secure. And even when I think I've been wrong, I feel secure because I know what my intention was and where I was coming from. And it does hurt me to see some of the stuff, but it's like I can't, make these guys do right. They ain't gonna want to hear, and it's for coin. And then I do say that, like I said, when we talk about the big guy, he ain't no young buck. So I'm like, come on now, and in his 50s, they should know better. They know some of this information they putting out ain't right, but they, so I'll say this, Mr. Brian. I know in our generation, there are some old fools out here too.
Yeah.
Everybody, every man of our age is not a man of wisdom and honor. We do have some old fools, and I'm man enough and wise enough to know that. I try not to count myself among them. I try my best. I know there are days where like, damn, I think I'm over in the food box. I better wake up and fly straight again. I'm straight over into food territory. Now I'm being a fool. I need to stray back over. But some of them, they'll do it for money. And I just don't want to do that. Not for coin. Not for coin. I don't want anybody to say he did something wrong for money. I'll say, look, I did it wrong because I was just stupid.
Yeah, me too.
I'd rather be wrong for being stupid than to sell out my people for coin. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Rico, we got to wrap this up, man.
Yes,
4 hours already. We got to wrap this up. So let's get some closing remarks, man. Let's get some stuff out here. We having a good time. I got to let Rico get some libations, man.
Yeah.
Rico got it, and maybe we might do it. Maybe I might do another one. If we get done early enough and I get enough rest. Maybe we might do another little one later on tonight.
No, we ain't. No, we ain't. No, I'm not.
I'm gonna pull Rico out of the bed. Rico's gonna be in the bed. I'm gonna pull him out of the bed.
Look, I slept with the dog last night. I'm not sleeping with the dog tonight. Okay? I was on that couch last night. I'm getting in the bed tonight. The hell with
Rico
that.
see me online. He'll come up. No, don't worry. Rico see me out there. He'll come up.
I'll just say this. Just say great stream like always. I'm glad to see that we can show people that we can talk about some more meaningful and more positive stuff. And this is the kind of stuff that we're going to try to push out regularly going forward, you know. And if you guys got any topics, any suggestions, any ideas that you guys think we should discuss, come to the back of the at the end of the stream, put in a comment and say, hey, you guys talk about this.
Patrice,
I almost wanted
Patrice,
to talk
don't go
about
nowhere.
it.
I'm gonna send you the link. Patrice, I'm gonna send you the link. Don't go nowhere.
Okay. I almost wanted to talk a couple of minutes. I was laughing watching I said we almost need to do a stream on white woman tears because Amber Heard, boys. I said, boy, she's a damn good actress. I was watching her on the news. And the Johnny Depp. Oh man, them white woman tears. I said, oh, they get them. They get them. It was hilarious. But so I was like, I thought he was gonna win. I don't know now. But again, like I said, these are the topics that we need to talk about and discuss, and anything else that you guys need to talk about. But I'm also going to try to get Bro Clarence to break us out of this niche space and at least open a side door for other ethnicities and other people. So again, if y'all think y'all gonna feel offended, huh?
I'm open to that, man.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if anybody want to sit there, and I'm not gonna say that we're not a black channel because this is a black channel, but we can talk about other shit other than if white people can talk about other ethnicities, we can too. Okay, white shows talk about all kinds of stuff. They don't talk about just white stuff. So even if we are a black channel, we should be able to talk about other stuff. Again, we can talk about camping. We can talk about cooking.
Yeah.
We can come on here and we can start talking about cooking. I'm sure we got cooks of all kinds. People, you know what I'm saying? We can talk about music. I have a very eclectic music sense and taste, you know? So we can talk about a lot of kinds of stuff. So again, I wish, it's okay to be, I'm always going to be first and foremost for my community.
Right.
But I don't want us to be stuck in a bubble again where we can only do one thing because I ain't never been that cat anyway, and I ain't about to be now. I can do everything and anything. And I just think that, we do ourselves a disservice by putting ourselves in a box, and the space is shrinking. We're losing subs. So we don't sit there and try to break out like that brother that JP put up, who got like 13, almost 14 million subs with a bunch of damn anime. He had a bunch of and all kinds of crazy anime.
Brother. I'm open to it, but
I'm
my first stance is always going to be to try to help our people, man. That's
absolutely.
My first stance.
Look, we ain't never letting that go. But damn, I can chew gum and walk.
Yeah, okay, I'm with that, brother. I'm with that. So let's do it.
Yeah, and I ain't sitting there saying that it'll be a complete revamp. It's like in small bites, because the bottom line is we should only be talking about topics that we know what we're talking about.
Correct.
I mean, hell, first of all, we just talked the other day about Roe v. Wade. That's not a black specific topic.
Correct. That's cool. We can do that. That's
what I'm saying.
Man.
I'm like, there's all kinds of stuff that we can talk. We talked about the guy Trevor Bauer, the baseball guy. He's not black. That's not a black topic, but then it's still a lot of these things play in and out of our community. We got to stop thinking, and let me be crystal clear. Black people problems ain't black people problems. These goddamn problems exist in those other communities too. Right. I keep telling y'all, I'm like, y'all better get out y'all head thinking that we the only ones who do this shit. High rates of teen pregnancy. Again, when we're leading in all these categories over other communities, it is oftentimes by 1 or 2 percentage points. So if we're like 40% in teenage pregnancies, I'm like, okay, well, the next community is 38%. Jesus Christ, y'all act like we 40% and everybody else is 4%. Hell no. They got high rates of alcoholism, high rates of drug dependency. Okay? So we're not leading, we're leading in certain categories, but number 2 is right on our ass. The leading cause of single motherhood is white women. In the last 10 years, they tripled. They went from 10% to 30%. It's expected in the next 10 years, it will triple again, which means it will go from 30 to either 60 or 90 because they're choosing to have babies out of wedlock. So that's that.
Yeah,
that's my final thoughts.
Now we got somebody smart on the panel, Rico. So you got to be quiet. You and me got to be quiet. Now we got somebody smart.
Hey, sis.
Hey, sis. What's going on with you?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? How y'all doing?
We're doing all right. We're doing all right.
Doing well. Hopefully this business conversation goes over well.
Yes, I like what I'm hearing, and I definitely like the fact that you're talking about, Brent, you guys are talking about branching off into other things that have to do with other ethnicities. Like we can talk about other cultures, other foods in other cultures. Just it's so much.
Patrice, have you had that sandwich? What is it called again? What?
Pan con pollo.
Pan con pollo. Thank you, Mr. T. Yeah. Have you ever had that sandwich, Patrice?
No, I have not.
Oh,
it's
my
good.
God.
Is it good?
Now what? I don't like it.
Now what ethnicity is that sandwich?
It's a Latino sandwich. All it is like a hoagie roll, but it's like the big bun hoagie roll. They split it open. They have shredded chicken, and it's either coleslaw or cabbage, and it's the type of sauce
whatever you want to put in there. But it's the shredded chicken, and
it's big Salvadorian. It's very big, but I don't think it's only good. Salvadorian.
It is good.
It sounds good. If it's chicken, long as it's not pork, I don't do
it's chicken.
Yeah, that sounds good. Now, see, I'll try anything once, right? Like just to even say that I tried it and got the experience. So that's definitely something I'll be looking into. Is it really popular in certain cities or
everywhere you see a damn Salvadorian?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's really good. It's a really good sandwich.
And I think I've seen all kinds of Latino. I never saw it made until, like I said, with my wife, but then I see Mexicans and everybody else eating it too. So I was like, I don't know who the hell made it, but they all seem to love it. I just don't like it.
I'm gonna have to
I don't like coleslaw.
Something's wrong with him, Patrice. Something's wrong with him. We know that.
I don't like coleslaw. I don't fool with the slaw.
I say I love coleslaw, and I'm gonna be honest. You know, in my opinion, who has the best coleslaw, and people be sleeping or hating. I promise you, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Really?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, my mother.
They got the best coleslaw I ever taste. I'm just gonna keep it real.
See, I can't. Okay. My mama used to love slaw. My wife loves slaw.
I like it too.
Don't put no damn coleslaw on my plate. You're gonna start a fire.
I make my own. I make my own slaw. I make my own.
Okay.
All right. Trees. I'm sorry to interrupt you because I started thinking about that sandwich. It's so good. All right, you were talking about us. You were talking about us spreading a message out and talking about different things.
Mm-hmm.
And so I interrupted you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, sis. I got caught.
No. I was just saying, definitely. I think it's something good to branch off into. Even I think it'd be good if I know for sure that our community really needs to have more financial literacy conversations for sure, because there's so much that we lack in. Even when we're talking about stuff like first-time homeowners programs, when is the best time to apply for, if you want to get a car, should you lease, should you buy, have a car note, like what is, all, like, have experts on, maybe invite guests that are good in these areas to talk about these specific things, because we lack the financial literacy so much in our community. Right. Talk about credit, talk about whatever, Bitcoin, talk about, what's the other one? Is crypto, talk about investing, what investing looks like, what do you want to do as far as investing? Maybe you want to be an investor in real estate, or you want to invest in, do you want to trade, like what all that stuff looks like, right? I that is such a need in our community, and there's a few people I'm seeing in spaces that have this experience. So I think good collaborations like that Bro Clarence and Bro Rico would be really good to start doing on this channel as well.
Yeah.
It's just a suggestion, but and the people and the people that are experienced in it don't necessarily have to look like us. As long as they got the credentials, they are accredited and they got the credentials and expertise in it. Anybody should be qualified to tell you about first time home ownership. Should you lease versus have a car note? What does that look like? And things of that nature, right? Like it's so much of that we don't know, because a lot of times when we just get money, we just go do something. We just go spend it.
Yeah.
I mean?
That's what we talked about with the dissolution of all the black businesses that used to be in the black communities. And like Clarence said, they sold them for the bag. I said, but then they just took the money and they spent the money. They didn't reinvest in another business. Right. And the loss was more than just the business. We're talking like the corner stores in the black neighborhood. You didn't just lose the business. You also lost the jobs, because usually you had 2-3 black people from that neighborhood that worked at that store.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it has a ripple effect, and then even a bigger, more of a tax base. So then, like you said, whether the Asians or whether the Arabs or whatever came in and took over, they didn't hire anybody black.
Right. Exactly.
So, and we didn't open, and then we didn't take the money we got off the sale of the business and put in another business. They spent it.
Right.
It's crazy. We went and bought cars and clothes and shit, things that get burnt up. So
yeah, like we do when we get our when we get our taxes. When they got their PPE, we did all of the wrong things with it, right? For the most part, most people, not all, some.
Right. We didn't look at, and that's why I said we didn't look at businesses as generational like other communities do. They'll look at, like I said, the Jewish guy will have a deli. He'll work there for 30, 40 years and then leave it to his son. Typically, like I said, their business will be, like Clarence's last name is Williams. It'll be Williams and Son, because he know he's going to leave the business to the son.
Exactly. And yeah. Three or four, generations of
same family.
A family-owned little business, and they all built it. You started with the father, who passed it down to the sons. Then
down to his son.
Yeah, if they got a daughter, she works in some department, whether it be accounting, she may run the accounting, or the brother may whatever the child is good in. This is what they community absolutely trained their children to do, to take over the business, to run the business. Once the parents pass away, it gets passed down to the children and then the grandchildren and so forth. And they actually keep it in the business for at least 3 generations before they even consider selling it. And that's just something we tend to sell. Soon as shit go a little left or we get scared, we sell. Yeah. And we don't think about, our children and things of that nature.
Because here's the thing that get me, like I said, is what is our problem is that, like I said, the little old Jewish guy, he'll be like, hey, I worked at this deli for 40 years. It paid for my house. It paid for my wedding. It put my kids through college. I didn't get rich off of it. And I wasn't looking to get rich off of it. I started a business just to support my family, and that's good enough. And I want to turn this business over to my son so he can support his family and so on and so forth. Black people are always looking for a business with the conception that it's supposed to make you rich. Most businesses, most successful businesses don't make you rich. That's not what they do. They just support your family.
Yeah, and keep you pretty much comfortable,
Right. They're not going to.
You could be comfortable.
The vast majority of business owners will not be rich. They won't. Most of them will fail within 5 years, but those who succeed, they don't go on to become rich. Growth in a business is always difficult because you always have a large, measure of competition. So,
our biggest problem too is we're afraid. We're afraid to do a lot of stuff. We're afraid to take that first step. We're afraid of failing, which is a big obstacle and stumbling block in our community. We actually are more afraid of failing than succeeding. we think about failing more than we think about succeeding, that it actually possibly could work.
That is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. One time I was working with a dude, man, and he was saying, yeah, he had an invention that he was going to patent, and he was thinking about doing that. And I said, brother, and I said, oh yeah, that's good, man. He was just telling me about it over lunch, and I said, oh yeah, that's good, man. Sounds good. He said, but I don't know, man, because then I'm gonna have to pay taxes, and then I'm gonna have to do this. Then my mother's gonna want some money, and then I said, brother, you ain't even got the money yet. You ain't even got the money.
And this is what we do. My mom used to always say, "You got more excuses than a poor man or sinner man or something going to church or something." She used to say,
right,
because that's what we do. We start looking at, well, dang, now I'm gonna be in a higher tax bracket, and then so. My family gonna want money, and then I gotta worry about inventory, and how I'm gonna do this, and who am I how to like. We worry so much about some of the wrong things instead of focusing on the vision and the goal. And if you can stay steadfast and actually just think straight ahead and not look to the left or the right, sometimes out of your peripheral vision, where you could see that cloud of negativity on each side. If you just stay full steam ahead and focus on the prize, without all the interaction. And then one thing too, I would say that we need to stop doing in our community, and not all, just some, let me be clear, is when somebody tell you in your family or your friend, but I'm gonna say mostly family, if a family member have an idea or thinking about they want to start a business, we need to stop being so negative in discouraging them. Right. Why are you gonna do that? You too old now. Why are you gonna try to start one now? Oh my God, do you know how much money that gonna cost? Where you gonna get the money from? Do you got some kind of loan? You ain't got no collateral. Like we do that so much, in our community. Like, we need to stop doing that and try to support the person when they say that they want to start a business and they have a dream, they have a vision. Long as, especially if you know that you have a family member that is actually good at something where you can see it being lucrative, where they can actually make money. You know what I mean? Like old grandma cookie recipe. Mm-hmm. Imagine all the people now that got their old family recipes from their grandma, and now they got their distribution of their cookies that are in Walmarts and in big grocery store chains all over the world, sort of like Mrs. Fields did. Things of that nature. Or somebody good at plumbing, and they go on and they got their certification, and you got the means. You may have the financial backing to help them start a plumbing business. Why not be a silent partner in that? If you know this person is good at what they do and they got the certification, like, this is what we don't do as a community a lot of times. I told the story of my one of my nephews just got his. He had already had a bachelor's, but he went and got certification for electrical engineering. And it's rare that you come out making damn near six figures, but that's what he's doing now. Yeah. And he wants to eventually start his own business, because I actually encourage my nieces and nephews, get your education, get your degree, but start your own business, be entrepreneurs. Don't always get that degree to go to work for somebody else and get caught in the rat race of working for somebody else. And when you come out and retire, they just say, thank you for your service, give you a gold watch, and then send you on your way. If you want to be an entrepreneur, you have a vision or a goal, something you good at, and you want to do, invest in yourself. Is the best way to do that, is to be an entrepreneur.
So Patrice, just to make it clear, you're not saying it's a bad thing to get a job. If you need to get a job so you can, feed your family, but you can put your money to the side so you can invest in yourself.
Yes.
Business, right?
Especially when they're young, because if they budget it right and they come out, and don't have no major student loan debt, if they can manage to get that paid off and maybe start a business in 10 years, just imagine being in your 20s and maybe work for a company for 10 years while you saving to the side, you building your credit up, you building your capital up, and in 10 years you can start your own business.
Right. Because see, I don't want to put out the Robert Kiyosaki mentality where it's like it's bad to get a job. Sometimes you got to start where you can start to get
absolutely
to invest.
So yes, absolutely. And for the most part, we all, if you're Black, had to do it that way, unless you come from a wealthy family where when you graduated out of college, you were already set up. But that happens mostly to our white counterparts, not us.
Right. Okay, y'all. We gonna close it down. Patrice, you got a couple minutes? Can you hang around for a couple of minutes?
Patrice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My phone. Yeah, when that happened, my phone be ringing, but I don't. I actually have a meeting to go into at 2 o'clock. Okay. Would you guys, if you guys can call me, we could do a 3-way or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm actually
going to go into. We don't want to call you in the middle of your meeting
though. Give me. It's almost 2 here. 2:45.
Okay. So 3 o'clock. I guess 3 o'clock.
Okay. All right, guys. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, later. All right, so and then there was 2 wrinkly dinosaurs, but one ain't wrinkly. Only one is wrinkly.
But no, like I said, I said everything I said before Sister Patrice came up. Okay. Great conversation. This is what we need to do a little bit more of. We can make them a little bit more fun, but still the topics. And I'm glad to hear her even tap in too, because again, when I'm talking about other cultures and other ethnicities, I'm not talking about speaking about the culture or the ethnicity because I don't know the culture or ethnicity well enough to speak about. But I'm saying the problems, a lot of the problems that we have in our community, they have in theirs too. So we can just speak about the problems or speak about the issues without making them Black specific, because most of them are not. Right. We talk about these things as if we're the only ones who do it. And people go, I don't talk about Black people. I'm like, no, how about we just talk about a problem, period? How about we just talk about a problem, period?
Rico Bond said the 3 dinosaurs. Welcome to the family, John. Bond, welcome to the family, brother.
Yeah. So, I mean, but those are the things we need to talk about, because I think people want to hear us talk about them and just talk about the other topics. But I promise you, Mr. Bond, we ain't doing no damn relationship over here. If that's what you want, you got to go somewhere else and get that.
I talk about relationships.
Ain't no way in the world I'm going to sit there and drink some bleach if I have to have another relationship conversation. I don't even want to go nowhere where they're talking about that mess. Because they're unqualified and they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
It's enough spaces out there talking about relationships. We don't need to do that.
They don't know what they're talking about.
And they're not even doing it right. So let them go ahead and do it. Let them go ahead and do it. All right, man. All right, so let's end it, Rico. Let's shut it down. So I'm gonna bring you down, Rico. Well, actually, I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll see you at 45 minutes.
Okay. You do a stream, or you gonna hit me? You hit me on the line.
I'll probably do a stream. Send you guys the link.
Okay, let me know.
Okay. All right, brother. Peace. All right, that was Brother Rico. Me and Rico did a live stream about the business community. What y'all think? Did we explore it enough? Did we address some of the topics that you guys want to hear? And Rico said, hey, we want to go to start exploring other topics outside of particularly the Black space, right? Things that we all as people have to deal with, right? I'm cool with that. I just like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm unapologetic about, trying to help Black people, because I've showed you guys many studies about Black boys. They are at the last, they bring up the rear in every subject, but there's especially the 2 major subjects that will determine how much money you make in this economy is math and science. They are absolutely at the worst level. And so I'm going to always try to address things, but you guys will see that on the Sunday show. But yeah, we always try to address those issues. Now, we're going to talk about other issues. So we're not like, oh, you gotta only talk about black issues. We're not only gonna do that. We're gonna try to branch out, do some other things, see how it goes. All right. Sister Glenda said, "Shop Black, Shop Black is always a way to find all black businesses." Okay, I didn't know that, Sister Glenda. So maybe you and your husband can send me the exact website where we can go and we can find black businesses, because that's definitely a good idea. Because I'm not saying we should not spend money with other businesses, but we should at least spend some of our money with some of our businesses, right? The only way we're going to make a change structurally is politically, and the only way you get political power is you have to have a business community. You have to have a business community, as the Rainbow community showed you, as the Native American community showed you, as the Asian community showed you, as our Latin brothers and sisters showed you. You can do all that marching up and down the street all you want. If you don't have a business community that's going to force these politicians to do what you want them to do, man, you ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. As you can see, yeah, Black Lives Matter. It was a good thought. That was a nice swing. But without a business community behind it, behind that thought process, what is it? It's just a bunch of marches all the time, right? And people in executive positions getting rich. Ay. Okay, y'all. So Rico came in, strong performance, as always. Patrice came in, stopped through, strong performance, as always. Patrice got a wrench. Marcus, you got to get a dummy page, man, so I can get you a wrench. I tried every kind of way to get around that. I cannot get around that to you, man. So, but I've been telling you I wanted to get you a wrench, but now the ball's in your court, man. Osmosis came in the building. Von Bryant came in the building, man. Shout out to Von. Yeah, I know that some of the people that he rolls with don't see me, but I respect you, Von, for at least checking us out on your own. At least checking us out on your own, man, and seeing what we're all about on your own. Shout out to you for that. All right, so we're gonna wrap this one up, y'all. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Y'all could have been somewhere else, but you came in and hang out with the three dinosaurs. You came out to hang out with the three dinosaurs. We appreciate y'all, man. And like I said, if y'all have a show idea, hit us in an email, and we'll try to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make Rico put his email out here so y'all can hit him up, because he's always talking about Clarence. Clarence, you got a bad Clarence. You have a terrible thumbnail game. Clarence, you put terrible titles. Okay, Rico, go ahead and do it. You do it, Rico. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all on the next stream. Probably be Saturday. Might sneak one in tomorrow, but I would say for sure Saturday. Y'all know the Sunday morning one is always the one. That's our regular broadcast on Sunday morning. Black History Minute, Job of the Week, etc., etc. So we will see y'all then. Thank you all, everybody in the chat, and everybody.